Okay, it's on page 14. Page 14 of the minutes. It's right at the top. Brownfield Rehabilitation Grant Application.
Yes. And just to that as well, I did talk to, like I said, the city clerk earlier today, and I did briefly talk to Mr. Todd, and I thought that also that this particular item shouldn't have been in a consent agenda, and he did have a lot of discussion with me, and I understand what he was saying. So, thanks very much.
Yeah, we ask our CEO to comment on that, please.
No, it's just that the councilor just wanted to note that item's already been ratified. It's been passed at the last council meeting. He just wanted to be noted on the record that he was not in favor of that item.
Okay, fair enough.
Yep.
Councilor Pietrangelo?
Your Worship, I'm just going to ask the question I think that everyone's wondering. Is that allowed? Can you just change your vote from one meeting to the next?
Do we, Mr. CEO or Deputy Clerk, who wants to tackle this one?
Well, the problem that we had, Councillor, was that it was not a recorded vote, so we didn't actually have a record of who voted for and against. We know that the item carried. He just wanted to be noted on the record that he was not in favor of it.
It's not uncommon for you.
Oh, yep, that was good. Councillor Iannone?
Yeah, and that's really funny. But nonetheless, I've been here 13 years, have often rethought of my vote after I've done it. Might not always liked how I voted in retrospect. I think we've all gone home and went, really, we supported that? Right. But couldn't come back the next week and change our vote. Like, I'm just wondering, procedurally, can we do that? Because there's a lot that I'd like to put on the record right now. And this isn't a jab at Councillor Gates. Please don't. I mean, I've never seen that done, nor would I ever know that we could ever do that.
Well, and let me just correct. The vote was already taken. The vote is done. He's just wanting on the record to note, it doesn't change the vote. It doesn't change his vote from that week. He just wanted to be noted that it wasn't a recorded vote. He just wanted to be noted on the record that he was not in favor of it. It doesn't change the outcome of the vote. The vote was already done last week.
Okay.
Councillor Thompson.
I think we have to be clear about this. First of all, if he wants to make a statement that he was unhappy with the way he voted, has nothing to do with what happened when the vote was taken. He's expressing his opinion that when he voted, he had second thoughts about it now. But it doesn't change what happened, doesn't change which way the vote was. He wasn't recorded in opposition. So that's the key element here.
Yeah. Okay. So everybody's clear? He's just noting his opposition, and our clerk would like to comment?
Yeah, through your worship, what the council just needs to be mindful of is, especially with the consent agenda, many times it is passed as a whole. So if there is an item on the consent agenda, feel free to just ask for it to be removed.
That was what the problem was. I didn't ask for it to go back. I missed it, even though it was in my notes. And that's why I checked with the clerk and I checked with Mr. Todd on the procedure. So I want to make sure it was done right. So I did do that today as well.
Okay.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll call the vote. All those in... Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Does that mean that the minutes are not amended?
The minutes would not be amended then, is that right? They are as they are, the way you read them.
Mr. Mayor, no. It's simply that he stood here tonight and said he wasn't in favor of it. It doesn't change the minutes, does not change the vote, does not change what happened 2 weeks ago.
And he started with in retrospect. We would not be so confused.
All right, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay. It's unanimous? Oh, okay. Thank you. Disclosures of pecuniary interest. Councillor Iannone, then Morocco, then Wing, then Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under PD 2011-74, a member of my family is now employed there.
Okay. Did you get that? You get that? Okay. Councillor Morocco.
Yes, Your Worship. Check number 348911 was made out to my spouse.
Okay. Councillor Wing.
I had a potential conflict on an in-camera matter, so I stayed out of it.
Okay, so on the in-camera. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's a wire transfer made out to the Niagara Catholic District School Board, my employer.
Okay. Councillor Carriol.
Conflict on an item that was discussed in camera previously on the Fallsview Boulevard property. It's my neighbor.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Thompson.
Yeah. Also in camera, the Hampton Inn 4505 Fallsview Boulevard. And also on communications and comments from the clerk, number 1, declare a conflict on that also.
Okay. And myself, check number 349306, check made out to myself. Okay. Does that cover everything? We're good? All right, moving on. Deputations and presentations. First up tonight from the Autism Society of Ontario, we've got Tamara Coleman-Lowry from the Niagara chapter. She's going to address Council on Autism. Welcome.
Welcome. Hello. Good evening, Mayor Diodati and City of Niagara Falls Council members. October is Autism Awareness Month across Canada. I join you here this evening to share with you what affects nearly 5,000 individuals across the Niagara region and to recognize the proclamation the City of Niagara Falls graciously made at their last meeting. Autism spectrum disorders, also known as ASD, is the 3rd most common developmental disorder. It is more prevalent than Down syndrome, childhood cancer, cystic fibrosis, or multiple sclerosis. ASD is a complex developmental disability that usually becomes apparent during the first 3 years of life. Evidence that early intervention is critical. It is the result of a neurological disorder that affects the functioning of the brain. Autism is a family of disorders called autism spectrum disorders. This spectrum means that there can be a range of diagnoses and can include such disorders as Asperger's syndrome. No two people will experience autism in precisely the same way. Every individual with autism will show characteristics of the disorder in varying degrees, from mild to severe, with difficulties in verbal and nonverbal communication, behavior, and social interaction. It is vital that as a nation, province, and community, we begin to understand the 80,000 Ontario families that are affected by ASD. 1 in 110 individuals will be diagnosed. Right here in the Niagara region, 5,000 people are affected by this disorder. They are children, youth, teens, adults, and families. There is no cause, we know there is no cure, but we also know that there is hope and there is support. With appropriate education and investment, Autism Ontario and the Niagara Region chapter can ensure that our community is one whose mission is to understand and support every individual, even those affected by ASD, so that they too can reach their full potential. Autism is not a visible disability. Although individuals affected by the disorder may display a few of the following characteristics: delays in understanding verbal language, lack of speech, repeated body movements such as rocking, spinning, or hand flapping, extreme responses to sensory stimulation, resistance to change and insistences with routines, difficulties in social environments and in making and keeping friends, impaired muscle coordination. Autism often sees extremes of behavior. The more that we improve the understanding of these behaviors, the more they will be understood by members of the community who experience them. Autism is not a mental illness. There are no known psychological factors that have been shown to cause autism, nor is it the result of bad parenting. Children, teens, and adults with autism do not misbehave intentionally. Instead, they are often unaware of the implications of their actions, placing them at risk of misunderstanding, intolerance, and even compromised safety. Today, I shared with you what 5,000 people in our region experience every day. I encourage all members of the City of Niagara Falls and those in the Niagara region to learn about ASD. I also ask everyone to make investments in our community that improve the education, employment, health, housing, family support, and meaningful lives of people with ASD. Many hands make light work, and together we can ensure that people with an autism spectrum disorder have the opportunity to reach their full potential. In closing, I would like to thank you for your time and for your attention. It has been a pleasure to recognize Autism Awareness Month here with you this evening, and I would also like to thank you all for making the proclamation at your last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara. Are there any questions of council for Tamara? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, next up, we've got our consolidated financial statements. We'd ask Mark Palumbi, who's a CA from Crawford Smith and Swallow, to respond to council on the corporation's consolidated financial statements. Welcome.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council, staff, invited guests. I'm here to present the independent auditor's report that's included with the consolidated financial statements. It's located on page 1 of the financial statements. You'll know that it's very different than it would appear in the previous years. Basically goes on to say the same thing. I'll just highlight it briefly. The first paragraph goes on to talk about the different financial statements that have been audited. Second paragraph goes on to discuss what management's responsibility is for preparing the financial statements. The third paragraph goes on to discuss what our responsibilities as auditors are. The fourth paragraph goes on to talk a little bit about audit theory. On the second page is a new conclusion that states that we believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our audit opinion. And finally, we have our opinion paragraph. And that goes on to state that in our opinion, the consolidated financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the consolidated financial position of the Corporation of the City of Niagara Falls, Ontario, as at December 31st, 2010, and the consolidated results of its operations, consolidated changes in net financial assets, and its consolidated cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards, and is dated October 14th, 2011. Also, if you turn to, well, you don't have to turn, but on page 29, there's an independent auditor's report for the trust funds, which is issued separately. In conjunction with the audit, we release what we call an independence letter, a pre-audit letter, a post-audit letter, and a management letter. Management letter giving comments on things that we find during our audit that we make recommendations for change in the future, and I believe that's been issued to Mr. Harrison. I'm not sure if it's been issued to council yet, but I'm sure at some point it will. And at this point, I'll take any questions as it pertains to the audit.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Palumbi of council? Okay, I guess we don't have any questions. So we're going to receive. Okay, maybe a motion to receive the report by Councillor Iononi, seconded by Councillor Wing. All those in favor? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we've got the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. I understand we've got Brian Wright, coordinator. I don't know, you don't look like Brian? Okay, that must be Brian. Source Water Protection will advise council on draft policies being implemented by the City of Niagara Falls under the Clean Water Act. Welcome.
Okay, yes, my name is Deanna Barrow, and I work for Niagara Region in the Water and Wastewater Department. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and staff for allowing us this opportunity to speak to you tonight on the Clean Water Act and source protection. Brian is with me tonight, and he's going to help answer the questions if you have them. Our presentation is part of the pre-consultation process for the source protection policies that concern the City of Niagara Falls. As a result of Walkerton, the Ontario government created the legislation, the Clean Water Act, that was enacted in 2006. And the purpose of the Clean Water Act is to protect our source water from contamination and depletion. The Clean Water Act requires us to prepare a source protection plan that addresses significant drinking water threats in our intake protection zones. There were timelines that were set out by the legislation, and they are depicted here. In 2004, the province launches the Source Protection Program. Our Source Protection Committee was formed in 2007, and following that, terms of reference were developed to guide the Source Protection Committee in their roles and responsibilities. An assessment report, we completed that in 2011, and we, I believe, came and did a presentation on the assessment report, so there is some background information on that. We're here tonight, though, to talk to you about the source protection plan that must be submitted to the province no later than August 2012. The first requirement of this assessment report, that's a little bit of background information for you, but was to delineate the intake protection zones around our water treatment plants in Niagara. We have 6 water treatment plants. And on this map, you can see highlighted in the pink and the orange are the areas around our intake protection zones that we were to look at. I guess what I want to tell you about this map is that I think the initial concern was that it was going to impact a lot of our land in Niagara. However, after we went through the exercise, we're impacting less than 0.05% of all of the land within our within the area in Niagara. So after we delineated the areas, in fact, I just want to talk a little bit about the Niagara Falls water treatment plant. Your treatment plant is located in Chippewa, and the intake is in the Welland River. It's quite unique in that although the intake is in the Welland River, the source water is coming from the Niagara River. because the Niagara River is reverse flow through the Welland River, and that's to accommodate the Ontario power generation. So the source water is the Niagara River, although the intake is in the Welland River. The area in red is the intake protection zone 1, closest to the intake and considered the most vulnerable to spills and runoff from our land, of the land that's surrounding it. And then the area in orange is the intake protection zone 2, which represents a 2-hour time of travel. After delineating the zones, the next thing was to assign a vulnerability score, and the scores are on the right, as you can see. 8 is assigned for intake protection zone 1, and 6.4, it's a little bit hard to read, but 6.4 for intake protection zone 2. And these scores are based on the intake, the depth of the intake, how far it goes into the source water, as well as the type of land that you have. So do you have bedrock, or does your soil absorb the water? So those types of things. So after we have delineated the areas, assigned a vulnerability score, then we had to go through the exercise of defining what significant risks exist in Niagara Falls, or what potential threats there could be. So there are no existing threats in Niagara Falls, which is maybe a relief or a good thing. And that was based on, we looked at existing land use, we looked at your impact data, any other sources of information that we would receive, closed landfill sites, those type of information we used to determine that there are no existing threats. However, there are potential threats. So if the land was used a certain way, then you would have significant threats in Niagara Falls. The Ministry of the Environment, they gave to us 21 threat categories, and this work was done for us ahead of time. So they categorized all the significant threats into each of these categories. The ones that are highlighted in blue are the ones that potentially could exist in Niagara Falls if the land was used that way. So, for example, establishment and operations of waste disposal sites, operations of maintenance of sewage systems, application of agricultural source material, storage of agricultural source material, application of non-agricultural source material, so this is biosolids, also handling and storage of non-agricultural source materials. And finally, the seventh one on this list is the use of land as livestock grazing or pasture land. So the source protection policy approaches, again, these were tools that the Ministry of the Environment has given to us to use to address significant threats. And they include education and outreach programs, incentive programs, land use planning approaches. We can also use provincial instruments or certificate of approvals, risk management plan, prohibition, and then others we have entered into some non-binding agreements with the St. Lawrence Seaway Authority. During the policy development, consultation is very important. We have done some pre-consultation work already with the Ministry of the Environment, the Source Protection Committee. We also have met with staff from the City of Niagara Falls, as well as the Niagara Region and the Conservation Authority. Of these 7 categories, there are a number of policies in draft that have been developed, and I believe they're in your package along with the letter. And the ones that are highlighted in the light blue here are the ones that would be specific to the City of Niagara Falls. So for storm management, there is a draft policy that requires land use planning to be implemented. And then for categories, agricultural source material application, agricultural source material storage, and livestock grazing, there's also a draft policy that will require land use planning to prohibit the threat. The next steps to the assessment report and source protection plan, we're going to be looking at transportation threats. So this is dealing with any traffic or trucks that would be on the roadway, or in the case of Welland, we're looking at the shipping industry as well as any significant threats. So we will be going through that exercise. It hasn't been included. All the significant threats that I spoke to tonight is based on land use. And the timelines, the letter that was sent to the City of Niagara Falls, we're requesting that comments come back by November the 10th for the pre-consultation. Then the draft source protection plan will be submitted to the Source Protection Committee. There will be another opportunity for public consultation. We will be going out and having open houses, inviting the public to comment on this. And then finally, the plan will be finalized and submitted in draft to the province, who must approve it before it's implemented. And if you have any questions, Brian and I can answer them.
Thank you, Deanna. Are there any questions of members of council for Deanna? All right, looks like we don't have any. We're good. You did a great job. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to transportation matters. We've got item TS 2011-41, Transportation Beyond Tomorrow. We'd ask Doug Allingham from ACOM if he'd come forward to make his presentation. Welcome, Doug.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to provide you with an update, hopefully the final update on the Transportation Master Plan. Before I begin my presentation, Your Worship, I'd like to thank the staff from the City of Niagara Falls who participated in this study. You have some very talented and very committed staff in the city, and we enjoyed very much working with them, and we think we have a plan that will serve the city for the next 20 years. So I thank them on behalf of my staff. Unfortunately, tonight, my assistant who was here was going to help me answer some detailed questions, fell ill this afternoon, so I'm on my own, and I will do my best to answer any questions following my presentation. The master plan was conducted with a fairly extensive project team consisting of the city, Niagara Region, Ministry of Transportation, and Niagara Parks Commission. And they were involved during the entire course or the undertaking and have all had a chance to review the findings in the report. This study was undertaken as within the context of the provincial environmental assessment process. So what we've got in terms of findings and recommendations at the end of the project include providing the need and justification for future environmental assessments within the city. So what we have is a framework that will speed up the process when it comes time to planning and initiating projects within the City of Niagara Falls. So this should speed up things dramatically. So tonight what I'd like to do is just talk a little bit about the study and the recommendations. And the objective of tonight is to obtain adoption of the master plan. Following that, we're hoping to present to Niagara Region Transportation Strategy Steering Committee sometime in December. And we will file the study with the Ministry of Environment. And as I mentioned earlier, the EA process will be followed for specific projects. Some of the smaller projects, as a result of being included in here, will be pre-approved, so there will be a limited EA process. The master plan is basically a living document. In other words, it's an ongoing process. The work that the staff do all the time leads to future updates. For example, what I mean is that every once in a while you prepare an infrastructure plan, which is the master plan. You also develop specific policies which would be embedded in the official plan and other policy documents. There's a financial plan, there's an implementation process, but every few years, on an ongoing basis, there's a monitoring process. And that monitoring process identifies whether or not the policies and the implementation plan is still reflective of conditions in Niagara Falls. So it's really an ongoing process, and every few years there will be an update of the plan required, a very small update, hopefully, but it is a living document. And even every year at budget planning time, things may change, priorities may change, and things get shifted around. But this is an overall strategy for growing in the next 20 years. The objective was to provide a multimodal transportation system that ensures that growth in the city is sustainable. It also addresses some operational planning and policy issues, looking at tourism, economics, environment, and the community. And the study goals, which basically were developed in consultation with the public and other stakeholders in the community, were let's make the best or the most of what we've got today. So let's optimize the system. Let's promote more choice within the community. Let's make sure that what we're planning will foster economic growth within Niagara Falls. And let's look at a plan that supports sustainable development and growth within the community. As I mentioned earlier, there were a number of stakeholders who were involved in the process, and in particular, there was a significant amount of public involvement in the exercise, and we felt that was extremely important to ensure that we had a strong decision-making process supported by the stakeholders and the public. The first thing that was done was a statistically significant public survey of about 400 residents in the community, basically to determine what the issues were, what the opportunities were for improving mobility within Niagara Falls. And you can see here some of the comments that came back, that roads and traffic tended to be the leading local issue. We found that travel by walking, cycling, and transit is very low within the community, no surprise. We also found that people wanted to cycle more often. They would do it as a recreation activity, but not to commute to work. And there were mixed opinions on the conditions of the roadways within the city of Niagara Falls, both at a regional level and a municipal level. We also had a community advisory group where we solicited input on some of the same issues within the community. There is a separate report in our appendix that is very detailed and provides a more comprehensive summary of the commentary that came back from the residents within the city. We've had 3 public information centers over the life of the project, the last one being about a month ago. We also had a website, and we had a number of other mechanisms for the public to provide ongoing input. One of the things we did do was we worked with the stakeholders to come up with sort of an order of priority for mobility activities within the community. And what we heard was that the residents wanted us to place walking and cycling, which we call in the industry active transportation, as sort of the #1 priority, then transit, then what we call smart commute strategies, which could be carpooling or working at home, and then finally auto use and goods movement. And this was done in the context of looking at improvements as you go forward in time. So if you have a problem in the network somewhere, I think the community said we wanted to make sure you look at all the options that are available to you and to the region before you run out and add lanes or widen roads. You need to look at how you're handling pedestrians and other activities in the right-of-way. So really it was telling us to be more holistic in the way that we look at future transportation improvements, recognizing, of course, that the auto is still the primary mode of transportation in Niagara Falls and will be for some time. Having said that, we think that getting around Niagara Falls in the future will change and will have to change. And one of the base assumptions for this study was that people will generally choose to travel by walking and cycling and transit more often than they do now. And that's consistent with your transit master plan, where there's a plan for increased ridership as a result of increased service, increased frequency, et cetera. We're actually planning or suggesting that the city should plan 20 years down the road for about 18% of the peak hour traffic in the summer to be by a mode other than the automobile. Today it's about 8%. Doesn't sound like a significant increase, but in absolute terms it's a fairly large increase. And I asked our staff to tell me, give me some sort of metric so that people can understand what does that mean in terms of savings for the community. And what they told me was that that would represent about a $7.5 million annual benefit to the residents just in terms of travel time savings within the community. So there will be a greater focus on walking and cycling. That will be critical in achieving the targets that I just articulated. So moving to some of the recommendations. Our study looked at a number of issues within the community. These were issues that were identified by our stakeholders and by city staff. Improving signing and wayfinding, parking, active transportation, which is walking and cycling, travel demand management, which I'll explain shortly, road improvements, and all of these things were supported in the document by costing, identifying policies that would go along with each of the recommendations, and a monitoring program. So how do you keep track of how well that you're doing? On the signing and wayfinding side, we found that, number one, the city has a pretty comprehensive local signing program that appears to be very well received by the residents and the businesses, but it does need some enhancement. And the purpose of enhancing the wayfinding would be to make the transportation network more efficient, support more walking, cycling, and transit, better manage traffic flow and relieve congestion during peak periods, and identify key destinations within the community. So what we've come up with is a plan that looks at an aesthetic plan for signing, ensures consistency. We're recommending a regular signing inventory and conduct a sign effectiveness survey at some time in the future, perhaps prior to the next master plan update. So on the first activity was to look at promoting walking and cycling and reducing congestion. In other words, make it easier for people to not use their cars, whether it's a resident or a visitor. So we've got a series of strategies here. I'm not going to read them all. Some of these are fairly straightforward. Some of these involve the production of maps and some additional signage to allow people to know where they are relative to other attractions within the community, cycling maps, walking maps, signage for public gatherings and heritage and historical locations, and special event signing. So there's a series of recommendations that relate to all of those things with the purpose of making it easier for people to get around the community. The second set of strategies relates to diverting and managing congestion. And perhaps the backbone of this strategy is really a series of variable message signs that we're suggesting be placed around the city on QEW and on 420. And the purpose of this would be to strategically manage traffic, particularly during periods of congestion, and provide information in a real-time setting for people who are coming to and leaving the community. There's a number of other improvements that are being recommended, including advisory signs for canal crossings, commercial vehicles, and international bridge crossings. We still have a lot of commercial vehicles who end up in the community trying to cross to the U.S., and when they do enter the community and try to turn around, they cause other issues. Border wait time advisory systems and emergency detour routes. Some of these we've been working with Bridge Commission, MTO, and the region of Niagara. There are bits and pieces of these programs that are being put in place right now, and we're encouraging, in some cases, that these initiatives be sped up and that additional funding be provided for such systems in the Niagara Falls area. So we have, I know this is difficult to read, but we have identified a series of signing improvements around the community, both on a provincial highway network, the regional road system, and the local road system. Probably most importantly, we've identified potential locations for a series of variable message signs that would change in real-time fashion to help motorists who are accessing and egressing the community find the most direct and most efficient route to parking lots, to major attractions within the community. Parking was another issue that we looked at, and this is one area of the study that has yet to be completed. We were looking at the supply and management of parking linked to hotels and other accommodations. We're also looking at other related components that require review, including on-street versus off-street parking, commercial parking lots. There were a number of issues that surfaced during the course of the study, and in order to facilitate completion of the majority of the master plan, it was decided that the city would continue to study this beyond the completion of this phase of the master plan. I think that's going to take some time to deal with some of these parking issues. But we do believe that parking is an important part of a master plan and a sustainable urban development sustainable urban development initiatives. So there's future work to be done on the parking side. Walking and cycling. This was a very popular subject for residents at many of our public information centers. There was more interest in the walking and cycling component than the roads component or the transit component. And what we've come up with is a series of priorities for improving both the on-road and off-road walking and cycling facilities within Niagara Falls. We've come up with a short-term, a medium-term, and a long-term plan that provides the city with a base network of useful connected facilities. A lot of this is based on public feedback and input from the many groups that use the facilities today. And ultimately, we've constructed a long-term complex network for both cycling and pedestrian movement within the community. So this is a summary of what we think the final off-road network should look like in Niagara Falls, and there's a myriad of routes here. I can't go through each one of them, but hopefully we can I can answer any questions that you might have. But it's a very comprehensive off-road network. Our implementation plan deals with short-term and longer-term initiatives. We think that this is going to be like a 20 to 30-year process in order to implement all of the improvements that are defined in our report. This is the second set of longer-term improvements. This is medium-term, 2018 to 2022, and you can see where some of the off-road improvements are suggested. We also have identified a comprehensive on-road network for cycling in particular. Niagara Falls already has a fairly comprehensive cycling plan, and it's built around cycling routes that use the local roadways as opposed to a lot of the regional roadways. We have enhanced that plan by identifying some key improvements on particularly key regional roadways so that the city has a plan that reflects the needs of what I call the utilitarian cyclists. Those are people who will ride on any road at any time, don't worry too much about bus or commercial vehicle traffic, and the recreational cyclists who really don't want to ride on a Lundy's Lane or a Stanley Avenue and would like to find their way through the community using alternative routes by connecting up through the residential network. So the red lines you can see in the background reflect the routes that are on local roadways. The blue are the on-road networks. And again, we're saying that these need to be staged, and some of the routes that we see as being priority in the short term include Morrison Street, Zimmerman Avenue, Woodbine Street, Baker Street and Pier Street, Pier Lane, and Dunn Street. And again, some of the north-south short-term priority routes, Kaler, Montrose, Dorchester, Stanley Avenue. In the medium term, more east-west and north-south roadways, too many to list here. But we've identified a strategic implementation plan that we believe would be affordable for the city. You know, we understand these things do cost money, and they need to be implemented strategically in order to be affordable. One of the things we learned from the public was, and we not only hear from Niagara Falls citizens, but elsewhere, is the need to continually build upon the system so that you have a network that has connectivity, and that you don't ride on one street and all of a sudden find out that it doesn't go anywhere, or you end up on an arterial roadway where you don't want to be. So to integrate walking and cycling choices into daily life, we've developed walking and cycling initiatives. We've also worked with the surrounding municipalities and regions to ensure that they're integrated into other facilities that belong to other jurisdictions. So this is not just a network that you ride around Niagara Falls, and once you leave Niagara Falls, you're on your own. This is a network that's integrated with the regional system. We've identified pedestrian and cycling-friendly design and maintenance standards. We're recommending signing routes through residential areas on major roadway connections and open space trails. We're suggesting working with employers and major end users to provide site amenities, bike lockers, in some cases for employers, shower facilities, and also suggesting some educational and awareness campaigns which are important to promote walking and cycling. Transit. I know improvement of transit system is a...
Excuse me, Mr. Allingham, we have a question on that point. If you don't mind, if we could just maybe get that addressed.
Certainly.
Back, going up. Councilor Pietrangelo?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I was just going to ask, I know you have in here to incorporate cycling-friendly designs and maintenance standards.
Yes.
Would you be able to explain, like, when you're talking about the design, you're talking about the actual sort of, not necessarily a bike lane, but at least a white line along the side of the road so that the cyclists or the runners can stay to the right of that?
Well, yeah, depending on the type of facility, whether it's off-road and on-road, we've recommended different typical cross-sections for roadways. And also, there's different treatments for different type of roadways. So on some of the larger roadways, there would be separate cycling lanes. On some of the off-road facilities, there would be separate cycling and walking facilities on the same pathway. So it's not an easy question to answer, other than we've gone through the full spectrum of possible cross-sections for these facilities, and we've identified design standards and maintenance standards for those facilities.
And I think for us, I mean, I guess my feeling is it's not an easy question to answer because it's not an easy thing to implement. We don't necessarily own the roads. All of our, or pretty much all of the major arterial roads are regionally owned.
Right.
With the exception of some of them. I mean, we're going through a resurfacing on McLeod Road right now, but we're not going to see any access for bikes, I don't believe, because they're not doing the road widening. So essentially, we're not really in control. So how would we implement the cycling-friendly designs when we're not in control of the roads?
So number one, through the chair to Councillor, we have worked with Niagara Region. They are aware of the plan that's embodied in our document here, and it will be a cooperative process in terms of including these facilities in future road designs. What we've done is in keeping with the region's cycling and walking or the cycling master plan. So they're aware of what's required. And I think it's a matter of city staff making sure that they liaise with region staff during the environmental assessments that are undertaken for these larger roadways. In some cases, we're recommending bike lanes. In other cases, signing is recommended as opposed to separate bike lanes, and that'll depend on the volume of traffic and the other things that are happening within that roadway right-of-way.
Okay. Your Worship, I appreciate that. And just in the design standards as well, do you know if you have provisions for the locations of the sewers? Because I find it to be an actual hindrance when I'm on the right of a road, yet every so many meters you have to go over top of a sewer.
So we do, Your Worship, we do have a separate working paper on the active transportation component. And there is recognition of a number of things in that document, including, manholes, including the need for, how do cyclists and pedestrians cross streets at perhaps mid-block locations, special amenities for cyclists crossing roadways. So we've taken into account a number of the issues that you've raised, including the manhole issue.
Okay. And then my last one, Your Worship, thank you, Mr. Ellingham, would be maintenance standards. And I just wanted to know what you were getting into there, because I find it as well a lot of times when you go on the roads, even after they've swept them in the summertime and even in the fall, by then there's always stones on the side of the road. And it's difficult to cycle or difficult to run once again.
Through the chair, great question. A number of the issues that were raised during our consultation process related to not only being able to cycle in what I call shoulder seasons and the winter seasons, but also people trying to use sidewalks to access bus stops and clearing of snow at bus stops and trying to get across the pile of snow to the bus. So we've identified where the city needs to look at some improvements to maintenance, and we've identified, I believe, some priorities in terms of winter maintenance for possible off-road facilities. But similarly, on-road, there needs to be a longer-term change to maintenance strategy if you're going to encourage all year-round walking and cycling within the community.
Your Worship, I just wanted to say thank you to the presenter for answering the questions. And I think it's difficult sometimes because people don't appreciate the bikes being on the sidewalks, but in the same sense, if the proper facilities aren't provided so that they can go on the road, then they have no recourse for their own safety measures but to go on the sidewalk. So one's got to come before the other, Your Worship.
Thank you, Your Worship. On the transit side, again, a lot of discussion in the community about transit. And we've incorporated the recommendations of the Transit Strategic Business Plan and the Ridership Growth Strategy that the city undertook a couple of years ago. And we adopted the transit ridership targets in their master plan. These recommendations were adopted by us in our master plan and incorporated into our modeling process. And the ultimate outcome of that was some reduction in traffic volumes on the roads in the future and a reduction in network improvements that are required. But I'd certainly be lying if I said there were significant reductions in network improvements required. We haven't gotten to the point yet in Niagara Falls where transit is yet having a huge impact on the network, but there's certainly potential for transit and walking and cycling to have some impact on future investment and resource requirements in the city. So that's an objective to keep an eye on. We still believe that council needs to be committed to a strong investment in transit, including continuing investment in both capital and operating budgets. Transit is an investment, and sometimes it's it's difficult to see your investment paying off, but I know there's been already some increases in ridership within the city. We've had some positive response from the public regarding new vehicles and changes to routes and frequency. We're looking to see a change to 1.5 hour service levels within the community. Implementing routing to avoid circuitous and long one-way loops, maximize operation of the new visitor transportation system to help offset operational costs, so making sure that the new visitor system is coincident or merges with the current conventional transit service within the community. Support accessibility initiatives by meeting AODA standards, and provide 100% accessible buses to the public, and meet the needs of employment, educational, medical, and recreational sectors. There are a number of initiatives that have been implemented within the community. I won't go into a lot of detail. Pardon me? In the spring of 2011, There was an ad hoc committee formed to lead the strategy implementation. There's a 3-year pilot project that is recently underway or recently implemented. 3 agencies combining to provide services to connect 5 communities. St. Catharines Transit, Niagara Falls Transit, and Welland Transit are working together to connect St. Catharines, Niagara Falls, Welland, Port Colborne, and Fort Erie. And the visitor transit system is a premier bus rapid transit service and targeted for implementation in 2012. And with the visitor transit system, there will be some opportunities to create some dedicated transit lanes and provide priority transit signals, especially during the peak tourist season. So lots of things happening on the transit side. Community is very supportive of growing transit service for both the visitors and the residents. Travel demand management is really a series of opportunities or strategies aimed at reducing travel demand within the community. And there's a number of strategies that can be used, very low cost, to actually change travel patterns in the city. Things like telecommuting, hoteling at offices, work sharing. There's all sorts of things that can be used to reduce demand during the peak hours. We've got 4 areas of action: education, promotion, and outreach, travel incentives, land use and transportation integration, and on the transportation supply side. I'm not going to go through all of the things we've identified, but we've identified 57 possible strategies for implementing travel demand management within the city. One of the primary recommendations is to make sure that the city has assigned a dedicated travel demand management coordinator and support resources to prepare a business plan, coordinate program marketing, monitor the results, organize outreach program, and implement travel demand strategies. Road network. And as I mentioned earlier, the city is still going to be primarily an auto-dominated community for many years to come. And as a result, there is a need to look at some strategic roadway improvements for the next 5, 10, and 20 years. Having said that, we wanted to make sure that these improvements were absolutely strategic, absolutely required, and no more money was spent than absolutely necessary to maintain a reasonable level of service on the network. What this graphic depicts is it shows those pieces of the network that are operating at or close to capacity. In other words, they're experiencing some congestion during the summer peak period. Those are the red and effectively the blue lines that you can see on the network here. So you've got a significant portion of the network that's actually operating at a what we would call an unsatisfactory level of service. And this model shows increase in transit, increase in walking and cycling, but not necessarily any improvements on the road network. So even with increasing transit, walking, and cycling use, we've identified a number of key locations which will have periods of future congestion in the peak hour, including Mountain Road, Highway 405, Thorlstone Road, Bridge Street area, and the QEW and Highway 420 crossings. We did identify a number of improvements that we presented to the public, and we've run through the public review process. And as I said, a lot of the congestion issues relate to either crossing QEW or crossing the 420. And here you can see that most QEW and 420 crossings will be at or over capacity in 2031. If you drew a line along the QEW, you will have a volume to capacity ratio in excess of 0.8, which means you're getting very close to congestion, and on some routes you are close to volume to capacity ratio of 1. Across Highway 420, it's even worse. You've got congestion in north-south arterials south of Lundy's Lane. You've got problems on Stanley Avenue, McLeod Road, and the Mountain Road interchange with Highway 405 area, which is not shown on this map. So again, the red and the blue indicate areas where you're going to have areas of congestion in 2031 if you do nothing with the road network. So this is just a listing of where all the road improvements are in our program. We have, again, identified a strategic implementation process. In the short term, we've identified a series of initiatives that we think are required in Niagara Falls. And what we've done is we've also costed many of these. We've costed all of these improvements, and that's included in a report. So some of the short-term priorities include Thoroldstone Road extension, Stanley Avenue widening, McLeod Road widening. So here's the short-term improvements that we've got on here. The medium-term improvements are listed here as well. And again, I'll just show you the maps and give you an idea of where some of these improvements are. There's too many to go through on an individual basis. Longer term improvements. Now, after we went through our review of the road improvements, there were a number of comments that came back to us for consideration of additional improvements, and that's what I wanted to spend most of my time on tonight, was to share with you the results of some extra work that we did. We were asked by the region to look at the protection of the extension of Highway 420. And if I go back to a graphic here, it was an extension of 420 to connect 420 to Beaver Dam Road. And it was to provide additional capacity across highway, across the QEW. We were also asked to look at the Morrison Street flyover and whether or not that needed to be protected for long-term implementation. We were also asked to look at a number of rail crossings within the community, and in particular on Dorchester and Morrison. And we were also asked to look at an operational issue which we've termed the Main Street connectivity between Fallsview and Drummond areas. In other words, connecting Main Street back to Fallsview. It's currently moved. That's not permitted as a result of a median that's on Stanley Avenue. So we went through and we've looked at each of these separately. 420 is currently under MTO jurisdiction. It's a protected corridor to the west of QEW. MTO, as part of their Niagara GTA study, identified that the corridor may not be necessary for a future highway, and as a result may recommend that this corridor be released. But that's not going to happen until their environmental assessment is completed, and that'll be some time yet. We did identify a need for additional capacity in that area, in the area of Beaver Dams Road to Thoroldstone Road Tunnel for 2031. So it's a longer term need. And what we've suggested to the city is that they approach the region and ask the region to consider protecting that Highway 420 corridor extension outside of city jurisdiction. So it's just protection for the time being. Our report, which exists between, or which is proposed between Oldfield Road and Chippewa Parkway. We think the city requires additional capacity, crossing capacity of the QEW in the future. All our analysis indicates that Morrison Street flyover provides the greatest level of relief to future capacity constraints beyond 2031. So that could take the form of a grade separated bridge crossing connecting Morrison Street, Dorchester intersection, and the existing retail development on the south side of Morrison Street. So what we did, Your Worship, was we looked at all of the other crossing opportunities in Niagara Falls and found that the Morrison Street flyover, when placed into our model, provided the greatest relief to east-west traffic across the QEW. So we believe that this is a corridor that doesn't need to be built in the short or medium term, but should be protected from development so that if required by 2031, and things could certainly change before 2031, it could be implemented. And as a minimum, this flyover could provide a new link over the QEW for pedestrians and cyclists. As I said earlier, this option better relieves future congestion along Thorlstone Road than an extension of 420. And if this does not occur, it's quite possible that Thorlstone Road may be required to be widened to 6 lanes to handle the traffic, but there are a number of environmental and social and economic issues that might preclude that from happening. And there may be serious impacts to the community if you have to go to 6 lanes on Thorlstone Road. So we believe protecting the Morrison Street flyover as an option is recommended. Now, we were asked to look at a number of rail crossings within the community, and certainly we looked at all of the railroads in discussion with the operators and Transport Canada. We determined future needs and opportunities. We looked at the costs for future grade separations, and we are recommending that the city needs to undertake further study with the railroads because we weren't necessarily convinced that some of these railroads were going to be in place long-term, nor was there going to be a lot of traffic on some of these railroads. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to get the railroads to commit to any sort of a plan, and we think that the city should push hard to better understand the possible realignment and rerouting opportunities for rail traffic in the city of Niagara Falls and develop a process to prioritize where new grade separations would provide the most benefit. One of the reasons we're suggesting that this needs to happen is that grade separations could cost each in the order of $20 to $25 million, which would, certainly if you need more than one at a time, and in some cases you need more than one in order to actually solve the traffic problems, you'd be looking at an investment of somewhere between $40 and $50 million to deal with the rail issues. And we think that it would be more appropriate to look at possibilities of diverting some of that rail traffic out of the city to solve your problems. The last one we looked at was what we call the Main Street connectivity, and the main Stanley Avenue Dixon intersection does not presently allow traffic from Fallsview tourist area to access Main Street towards Drummondville. There's a raised median there that prevents that movement of traffic across Stanley Avenue, in particular, a northbound to kind of northwesterly left turn. We're suggesting that the city conduct an EA to investigate a number of improvements in the area which would improve overall traffic circulation and safety. One is a long-standing proposal that's been on the books. We think needs to be further developed, and that is a couplet system, which is improving Allendale and Buchanan Avenue rather than widening Stanley Avenue, and looking at improving the connectivity from Fallsview towards Drummondville and the feasibility of improving Dixon Street to join up with an improved Allendale Avenue. And one of the options we've been looking at is a possibility of a roundabout in that area to, avoid some of the turning movements which have previously been deemed to be unsafe. So there's a number of improvements that are shown here. Improving jog at Fallsview Boulevard and Buchanan Street to create a continuous north-south route across Ferry Street, upgrade Buchanan Avenue between Ferry and Forsyth, and consider opportunities to connect Buchanan Street directly to Robert Street using a right-in, right-out entrance design.
Mr. Anningham, if I could just stop you 1 second. Sure. Councilor Ioannoni.
What is a couplet?
A couplet are two roadways that are in parallel and work together to sort of relieve traffic in the area. So instead of widening Stanley Avenue, it would be doing minor improvements to Allendale and Buchanan on each side, which we would call a couplet. They would be operating together as part of one system.
Good. All right. Thank you.
Looking at all the improvements that we've discussed today, and again, running our transportation model, you can see that we've cleared up a tremendous amount of the congestion that would exist in the community. And again, this is using a traffic model. You can see here there's still some red lines, including Thorlstone Road. This is without the additional crossing of 420. And there's some other minor congestion areas within the primary tourist area within the community. But in essence, we've improved the level of service dramatically as a result of the series of improvements. And we've anticipated that by 2031 we would reduce delay in the community by about 715,000 vehicle hours, and if you multiply that by some sort of hourly cost, it's a significant number, significant amount of money that could be saved in the community. We've done a quick estimate, and using an average value of travel time just for one person in a car, that would be about $8.6 million per year. So some of the other things we've recommended in the report are undertaking a roadway standards review. In other words, updating the city's roadway standards to reflect more modern, context-sensitive roadway designs. Monitoring progress of the master plan. We've outlined a monitoring program for the region, for the city, and for MTO to ensure that they're looking at key performance indicators and relating them to our goals and objectives. Undertaking onboard transit surveys, and understanding how improvements in service have resulted in shifts in user behavior. We're recommending partnering with MTO to collect data on the influence of external traffic. One of the biggest challenges we had on this study was trying to understand the traffic volumes and traffic patterns of people who go through the city and visitors to the city. And what we did do was construct a model for the summer peak period, which will be turning over to your staff in the region. We've suggested introducing what we call a sustainability report card for council, which will provide a status report to staff and council on how well the city is doing in terms of creating a sustainable transportation system, and working with the region to provide data to update the master plan every 5 years. And that doesn't mean a big study. It means a small report to council, taking this report and identifying where things have happened and where things haven't happened and what needs to happen in the future. And that's what we call our Transportation Perspective Report for council every 5 years. And if necessary, review and update the master plan, including public and stakeholder input. We've also identified policy recommendations that should be incorporated into the official plan. And as I mentioned at the very beginning, we've done this within the context of the municipal class environmental assessment process. And we've identified projects that may require future EA work in the future. So some of the other initiatives that have come out of our work is to ensure that there's somebody in the municipality who is looking after the travel demand management program. It could be a multi-talented person who's currently working in the city, but spends time helping with the planning for implementation of travel demand management strategies. One of the other initiatives we've suggested is that the city join forces with other municipalities who are trying to lobby the provincial government to amend the Development Charges Act. And this is an interesting one, and I know some of your staff may be aware of this, but currently the Development Charges Act allows the municipalities to charge for road improvements that are a result of growth in a community. It's not the same for transit. Right now, you're only allowed to charge for growth based on your current level of service on your transit system. So if you've got very few people riding your transit system, when you're planning for the future, you've got to plan for that same level of service on the transit system, unlike the roads. So if you're trying to grow your transit system and you're trying to fund it through something like development charges, you're not able to do that. And so there's a number of municipalities who are forming a group to lobby the province. In fact, it's already happening, to amend the act so that municipalities can also improve their transit system using development charges. And I apologize for the length of the presentation, Your Worship, but there's a lot of material that we tried to squeeze into a single presentation. I appreciate your patience and can answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ellingham. We've got Councillor Wing up first.
Thank you, and I like that idea about amending the Development Charge Act to cover the cost of improving our transportation system. I really believe that the public transit system is where we really need to invest for the future, because the baby boom cohort is graying. Even those of us in our 50s or our 80s are only 30 years away, and I think by then people are going to be either voluntarily or not so voluntarily giving up driver's licenses. I don't think they're going to be turning from driving to walking and bicycling in vast numbers to make up for it. I really think public transit is where we need to be investing out of all the various options before us. One of the things I've been scratching my head about, trying to figure out ever since Mr. Allen mentioned it, is there was a figure quoted of $7.5 million annually in travel time savings that could be realized from walking, cycling, and using public transit, I guess,
right,
in lieu of using vehicles. And to me, that just seems absolutely counterintuitive. I know that if I walk somewhere or I cycle somewhere, it's going to take me a lot longer than if I just jump in my truck. If I'm taking public transit right now with the state of development we're at, it's going to take a heck of a lot longer, especially if I'm trying to go to another municipality. To take my daughter to school in St. Catharines and come back would take me all day. So I'm just trying to see how that was calculated.
So what we have is a transportation model that actually models all movement in the city in a PM peak summer period, and particularly focusing on the road network. And if you take a number of vehicles off the network and improve the level of service on the network, the amount of delay to all the vehicles in the network, including buses, is actually reduced. And we've converted that reduction in delay to a travel time savings using sort of an average value of time.
Okay, I can see how in theory that would work. But I think in practical terms, to come from my house to City Hall, the quickest way is by vehicle. And if I wanted travel time savings, I would not find it by walking, cycling, or trying to take a bus.
I think, Your Worship, to Councillor Wing, the intention is not to suggest that by having people walking, they're saving time. It's sort of the overall reduction in delay in the whole network. So you're reducing particularly significantly the amount of time that people are spending in cars delayed in the network. So that's where you're getting the majority of the savings.
But to get those savings, those same people would have to spend, or at least some people would have to spend a lot more time walking or cycling.
Well, depending
or taking
on,
public transit, which is really the quickest of the
yeah,
three, public
except
transit.
people who are walking and cycling are going to be making shorter trips. You know, they don't make the long commuter trips. You're not going to walk 4 or 5 kilometers. Well, you might, back and forth to work. But the numbers of people who are doing that are not going to impact total travel time by a significant amount. The big savings is on the network by getting people out of their cars, reducing the congestion at intersections. It's going to result in.
So those people who switch from using their vehicle
Facility to make that trip. But
okay, which in theory works very nicely in California. However, this is Canada, and you know, unless we bring in a snow shoveling bylaw or dump a ton of salt on all our sidewalks every winter, you know, sometimes it's a little safer to drive rather than to walk. So, you know, again, I just sort of question that.
I understand your comment, Councillor.
Okay, my other one is, I have some caveats about some suggested on-road activities. I think, you know, some of this, although it's nice in theory, I think really in reality there has to be a pretty good assessment before it really progresses. And what was the other thing? I can't read my own. Baby boomer. I think rather than cycling being the way of the future for the majority of the people in the city. And we do know that the population of our city tends to be older than
an hour going through past the casino. As a result, they cut Main Street off. They cut Murray Street. Didn't want any congestion going down there. Cut Dixon Street off. And all of it was for naught. None of the traffic counts materialized. And now we have, well, businesses that have gone out of business because of cutting off Main Street onto Stanley Avenue, and you are suggesting that a review of that is appropriate.
Absolutely.
To get the traffic moving through there, and just shows you, after all these years, one thing that we didn't agree with, and it was suggested that it had to happen if a casino was coming there. None of those things materialized. Murray Street cut off, Dixon Street cut off, Main Street cut off for no reason. So I'm happy to see that there's going to be an environmental assessment to determine what's going to happen there. You've also suggested that westerly that we protect the 420 right-of-way. I think we approved a subdivision a few months ago that took into consideration the westerly section of the urban boundaries for a development where the 420 was going out there, and I guess that's going to be a fight at the Ontario Municipal Board with respect to whether the MTO is going to make a decision after 40 years whether they want to utilize that or not. I guess you've made it very clear. The other decision we were waiting for, the Morrison Street flyover, that should be protected on the east side of the Queenie.
That's correct.
And so that affects the development there with the Optimus Park, which should precipitate some interesting discussions with respect to that, but at least we have an expert indicating that that should happen. I want to comment on the rail crossing review. We had a crossing that we thought was extremely important at Dorchester and Morrison Street. There was an overpass to go in there. The old figure many years ago was $11 million. We didn't have $11 million, and obviously it didn't go in. Now with the transition of the closing of Walmart going to the other end of the city, the traffic in that particular area has changed dramatically. There should be something else going in that facility, but it doesn't look like it's going to come back to where it was before, so that situation is going to change. But my concern is, and what I want to emphasize, is the fact that I have been working with Mr. Red Isipon, who is an extremely knowledgeable individual with respect to railway, and he has been working on a committee through the city for railway relocation. And we've been just getting lip service for the last 4 years, and Mr. Holman has since then become involved, and there seems to be a little bit of movement. But I'm telling you, there's a real opportunity here to eliminate all of the rail crossings and start talking about railway relocation. The rail lines that go through this city do not have any industry that they serve. I don't suspect that that's going to happen in the future. They have some at the south end of the city, and if we're talking $50 to $60 million in overpasses, then we should be talking to the railway and getting rid of the rail line, which doesn't have any stops. Their objective is to come through the city, cut through all the residential areas, and get over to Fort Erie to cross into Buffalo. A huge waste of time for the last 4 years, accomplishing nothing. And I tell you, this is a real opportunity if the council and staff, and thank God for Mr. Isipon, who's never given up on this, because that is the answer to our problem with respect to railway relocation. The other thing I saw in here is the Grand Boulevard. Is this an old report, or?
No.
Huh?
No, sir.
I think that went by the boards probably 10 years ago when we were discussing it. There's probably little chance or little support for the Grand Boulevard ever materializing. And in fact, it's been discussed around this council chamber on numerous occasions. And the private sector and the public sector were not interested. It was a great right-of-way for a fixed rail people mover, but for a roadway, I think we've.
So where do you see reference to Grand Boulevards?
It was on one of your slides.
Oh, it was, I
You've even forgotten
think it was
about
in reference to the off-road walking and cycling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So I think we should change the name
I'll
of that.
change, make sure the name gets changed.
If you're going to do that. Actually, at the time, Councillor Puttick was so adamant about it and was influential in maybe getting us to change our thinking with respect to that. And I think we called it Puttick's Path at that particular time, so maybe that's a good name for
I think
it.
we called it the Grand Boulevard Trail. I thought you were making reference to a roadway.
Yeah.
We were making reference to a trail rather than a roadway.
But my final comment, hopefully through you, Your Worship, Mr. Holman and the appropriate staff, we can really concentrate on railway relocation. What a great opportunity to get rid of that nuisance. We did it once, got rid of it out of the center of the city, and it can be done again. And the savings involved and the removal of the congestion, which we're talking about here, would be immense. Do you not agree?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and just before, next question, on that point, I agree completely that, we were at that meeting together, and the trains don't go over to the U.S. anymore through Niagara Falls. They just loop through to save on their grade separation going up the escarpment. And there's no doubt they inconvenience us. And now the number, I'd like to pose a question through to our Director of Finance. Is he not here? He left? Oh, there he is. I'm sorry. Sorry. He's hiding behind his pen. Yeah. No, he hasn't. Question, what is the number we have on the books? Because Councillor Thompson made reference to the 11 million. That's the number I recall. And the number I heard tonight was 40 to 50.
Or two.
Several overpasses.
Right, but 40 to 50, I believe, was for 2 grade separations, he said, yeah. So in our number for 2 grades, what do we have on the books? We've got 2 on the books right now, I believe, as a long-term capital improvement.
7 years ago, 8 years ago, when it was 11 million, so you can imagine what it is now.
Wow, that's why I'm curious to know, what do we have currently? Do you have that number on the books?
Right now, no, because the capital budget that we did this year didn't include any of those works. Part of our 10-year capital needs assessment is identifying a variety of things. We're going to be coming to the next council meeting with a presentation on that. I don't have it right in front of me, but we'll be bringing that forward in a couple of meetings.
Yeah, but you're right, it's an enormous number. Yeah, Councillor.
To that point then, Mr. Mayor, if we're all in agreement we need to get those trains out of the city, the consultant said we should push hard. What would you suggest we do different? Because I know CN is very difficult to deal with. Councillor Thompson is very dedicated on working with Mr. Isapon to do that. How do we push hard? Like, what is pushing hard? Because CN ignores everything you do pretty much. So how do you push hard to CN? Like, do we have a strategy? Can we not?
Also, there wasn't any interest at City Hall to do anything about it at the time.
Yeah. Okay, so kind of like our anti-HIP committee and or our transit committee and or all those other things that we look to move things forward. How do we push forward to them to make them come down and see the difference? He's dedicated to doing it. Can we give authorization to staff to work with him to do it? Like, clearly we're just coasting. So let's stop coasting and let's actually do it.
And we did identify, and I'm not sure Mr. Ellingham's necessarily has the answers, or he does, give me a signal, but maybe.
I got a comment.
A comment? Well, I'd like to hear that
Absolutely.
comment, and then we're going to ask our Director of Transportation, because I know we had some ideas come out of our last meeting, but I'd love to hear your comments.
Well, number one, I know you have maybe this is not the right terminology, but there's a rail coordinating committee.
A what?
Rail coordinating
Yes.
committee. And I think that this is an issue that should be taken on by the committee now that we have a definitive recommendation regarding the crossings. But certainly there's going to be some, number one, political will required in order for this to happen, and probably some pressure exerted in conjunction with the region on the railways to come to the table. And there's not just CN or CP involved, there's some short line railways in the area. And again, there may be some business opportunities for those short line railways, and to get them on side. I think it's a coordinated effort that requires sort of consistent and ongoing attention to get the railway's attention, and perhaps a little bit of work that's required in order to look at the options that are available, so that someone can go back to the railways and say, this is absolutely feasible, and this is how we can continue to serve the community. But we think there are alternatives out there for those rail lines.
And it's funny you say that, because that was part of our meeting with the short line operator, who said exactly what you just said, that there were opportunities there, and she was going to work with some of the CN people that she works with on a regular basis, and also tying in our idea of bringing year-round GO train commuter service to Niagara Falls, and the overpass at Bridge 6 and a defunct bridge that's no longer there. We came up with some creative ideas, two options that could be solutions that could work into this idea that and Councillor Thompson and Mr. Issapan have been working on for several years. Councillor Iononi, and then I want to ask Mr. Dren here for his comment as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is an important issue with now a firm recommendation. I think we should formalize this committee, provide it with the resources it needs to move. I think fundamentally we need MP Nicholson to step up behind this committee and say, look, we need you. Push hard. I mean, we did push hard to the province when we were trying to accomplish something. We need to push hard to the federal government now and say, look, we now have a formalized committee of council for anybody who wants to sit in it, and I know that you're on it too, and Councillor Thompson and Mr. Issapan, but we need to formalize this now, make it a real lobbying committee that says this is the time, we have a report here, we need to either I was going to say something else. We need to either commit to, I was something or get off the pot. I had to stop myself there. We need to either commit to taking that potential $50 million off our books, knowing we need 2 overpasses, and get rid of this railway line out of the city, or we need to commit to building those overpasses, which if we can do this, we don't need. So I'd like to make a motion that we formalize this committee, the committee come together very much like our health committee did, and create objectives and a plan, and that plan goes forward with to Mr. Nicholson, and we move from there. But I think if we don't start squawking and squawking loud, or we'll be sitting here the next term of council, who's ever fortunate enough to get here, and saying the same thing and saying, what did you do?
Okay, we've got moved by Councillor Iononi and seconded by Councillor Thompson to formalize this train track eradication committee. Rail relocation committee, the train wreck committee. Yeah, Councillor Iononi.
And also include in that motion that direct them to approach MP Nicholson with yourself, Mr. Mayor, and say, look, move it. I mean, we've asked you informally. Now we're asking you formally as a committee of council. We need to get on this, and we need to do this fast.
Yeah.
Or it's not going to get done.
Did you get all that, Mr. Clerk? Okay. Any comments to the motion? All right, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Dren. Did you want to weigh in on this one?
I think my timing is wrong here, but the word I want to mention that really is I think where this report was leading to was the word study. And I think what Mr. Allingham is alluding to is that council needs to get behind what's called a rail relocation study. And the reason behind that, yes, rationalization, sorry. And the reason behind that is that typically when you relocate rail, of what we're talking about, you're impacting several other communities at the same time. So whatever we do here is going to impact Fort Erie, it could impact St. Catharines, it could impact Welland. And I think what Mr. Allingham was referring to is that the city, with this committee spearheading it, is really you need to identify your purpose and to move forward on a study. And again, just to put things in perspective, from my research and what I've seen about all the relocation studies, is they are somewhere in the neighborhood of a 2-year study. And so I just want to put things in perspective when we're doing this. It's a lengthy process. We need to get the government, different levels of government behind us. We need to approach them with funding requests so that they fund the study in conjunction with us, and that without it, it's going to be difficult because of the fact that you have these other surrounding communities saying, hey, what are you doing? Now you're giving me all the trains. So what we want to do is, and I've seen it in Windsor, I've seen it in Calgary, where they went through this process. I see it in the States. When you look at the studies that are taking place in Washington and so on, you need to go through that process, unfortunately, to move forward on it. So I believe that's what Mr. Allingham was suggesting, was that we move forward and council commit to moving forward on this. And you know, I see the committee is there, but you know, the realization that a study needs to be done is part of the process as well. And I just want to make council aware of that.
I appreciate that. We've got Councillor Thompson, and then Councillor Iannone.
Yeah. Just listening to that, I'm not an expert in the rail lines that go through here, but I've listened intently to Mr. Issapan. And there is a rail line that comes in and cuts right across the west outside of Niagara Falls to Fort Erie. There's no impact. They get the same trains that are going there anyway. And there's also a direct line that could go right over to Niagara Falls, New York, because they eventually want to end up in Buffalo, and that's where they go. So am I arguing against him regarding a study? Absolutely not. But there are solutions that are pretty insignificant that can accomplish this objective for the freight trains.
Thank you. Councillor Iannone?
I also move that Carl Dren sit on that committee.
I think he
It
is.
seemed to-
He's on it already, isn't it?
For educational purposes.
For educational purposes. But the reality is, if you need that report, and that report takes 18 months to 2 years, we have 18 months to 2 years. Now I think we still have 3 years left in a term. If we don't do it now, that 2 years is going to pass anyway. So start the process now. Make them know we're serious. Make them know that we're not going to back down, and find some structure to it. I mean, it would seem to me, if he has that much, Mr. Dren has that much understanding of it, let's move it and get it done.
Okay. All right, great. Are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Gates, and then
Not
Councillor...
on this issue, though. It's a different issue.
No, but it's the issue of transportation.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other comments on this issue right now that we have on the table right now? Councillor Iannone, you're not...
I think we need the vote. Did we do the vote?
Yeah.
We're okay.
Did we call the vote? Okay, we did? Let's check with it. Yes, we did? Okay. Okay, then you're not finished, or you're...
I wasn't even talking about that issue.
Okay, all right. Sorry, we'll go back and then we'll come across the floor. Okay, Councillor Iannone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say I'm happy to see an outside consultant come in and tell us the need to improve our transportation. We have had the Transportation Rerouting Committee who has been working, seems like forever, to come up with a new route view that is sitting actually in your transportation master plan. So I ask you to take a good look at it, because we'll be coming back to you, I think, the second council meeting in November with it. Very, very interesting to see that he notes the increase, that we need to increase dollars into our transportation system. We'll also see that request at the end of November. And I just want to say that it's good. It's good to see an outside agency come in and pretty much consolidate what average residents that came together to form a committee helped come to. Because they're going to be watching this, say, wait a second, didn't our committee come to those conclusions without the consultant? No offense, Mr. But it really does enforce everything you're going to see before you at the end of November. So I'd like to thank you very much. We did a lot of work in our ad hoc committee, and it really was justified in this report. I'll be bringing this report with me when I lobby you that evening.
Okay, thank you. We've got Councillor Gates, and then Maves.
Okay.
Next, yep, you're good to go.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you on the report. I think it's actually great. I did get a chance to read it. But to implement what's been proposed here in your report, it only adds up to about $171 million. So I think it's a really good idea that we find, you can see why municipalities right across the province are saying that we need some relief and we need some help on making, so all the communities can fit the needs of something like this. So I think, to your point, it isn't going to get done through the tax dollars in this community. We need help from other levels of government to make it happen, whether it be the rail line, which happens to be federally, whether it has to be provincially. But we certainly, to get this done and get it done right, we're certainly going to need help from other levels of government. The only other question, or the only other point I'd like to make is I think the Morrison Street flyover, I believe you were here at the last meeting, I think going back into August. You just happened to be here that night with when we were talking about the Optimus. and the importance of that particular park to the residents of Niagara Falls. And I think with the Morrison Street flyover, certainly is going to create a lot of discussion and a lot of debate over how we proceed with the Optimus Park as well, as far as some of the land that we own and whether we have to buy a little more, what we're going to do there. So I'm glad that was in your study as well. So thanks very much. I think it's a great report.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Maves.
Yes, Your Worship. Going back to that Morrison Street flyover, and you consider now, I'm looking at, we have one McLeod Road, Lundy's Lane, Watson Street, Thoroldstone Road, Mountain Road, and then Morrison Street would make a sixth flyover or overpass within about 5 miles, which I think is excessive. I would rather see something more done on Lundy's Lane, where the tourist industry I know are looking for more traffic there. I know there's a widening program going on there now, but I'm sure that perhaps if we consider maybe widening the Lundy's Lane Bridge before doing something with Morrison Street flyover would be a lot cheaper and be more beneficial to the tourist industry in Lundy's Lane. And I think we've got to divert some traffic onto those roads where we have a lot of businesses who need that tourist those tourist dollars. So myself, I think that to me Morrison Street flyover would be a waste. If you go to cities like Toronto, probably some of the overpasses and that or flyovers, they don't happen for 3 or 4 or 5 miles, even longer. So I think that to me, that's not even a consideration. I think that it'd be excessive, and I think that possibly more concentration on Lundy's Lane would be a better plan, really. Perhaps maybe Mr. Ellingham can comment on that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Your Worship, we did look at all possible permutations and combinations for providing additional capacity across the 420, across QEW. And to make a long story very short, we found that the optimum solution for the community appeared to be the Morrison Street flyover. We looked at Lundy's Lane, we looked at Thoroldstone Road. We believe that the sort of environmental and economic impacts associated with widening either of those roadways was significant. So we recommended protection for Morrison. And I think that I'm quite comfortable saying that we should protect Morrison, because if conditions do change, if traffic patterns do not develop as planned or are worse than planned, then there may not be any need to provide the Morrison Street crossing for automobiles. The other option is to provide a link for walking and walking and cycling to connect other parts of the community, because what we heard from the public was that it's very difficult to cycle across QEW. It's a major barrier, and they're looking for other opportunities to also cross QEW. So it's about protection. It's not about implementation at this time, and I think you're a long way from seeing a crossing at that location. But I just believe it's good planning and good practice for the community, good protection for the community.
Councillor Maves, did you have any follow-up?
No, that's fine. I just think it's more important that we. I think we have to protect the Lundy's Lane businesses, and I really do think that the flyovers are too close. I think there's, as the city grows, you're probably going to need more down to the south end. So I just think that's excessive.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Iannone?
Thank you, and not to contradict Councillor Maves, but I think it's long overdue. I remember 10 years ago walking it with MPP Maves at the time, discussing, in his government, discussing how important that flyover was. The problem was the province at the time would not build it to accommodate existing development. So at that time, RioCan would have been responsible for paying for that flyover, which was huge. Right now, who would be responsible for paying for that flyover? The municipality?
The municipality, that's correct. Well, between the municipality and the region.
Okay. And is there a proposed cost to that? And Mr. Mayor, when we talk about traffic patterns changing, we all saw the announcement that Target will be going into where the old Walmart was. So while we may have a little bit of a lapse in traffic over there, and that is my neighborhood, you can bet once Target gets into where Walmart was, that those traffic patterns are going to go right back to where they were, and you are not going to be able to move over in that intersection. And you don't want to have to come out and turn left on Dorchester to go back to Lundy's Lane to get over that highway. It's almost impossible, especially when you get down to the Lundy's Lane, Dorchester, the Thorlstone Road, Dorchester, just as packed as the other one. So I think this would help eliminate a lot of the overcrowding traffic patterns that we have now in that area.
See if Mr. Ellingham can find the value for that.
I do have it, Your Worship. I'll have to get it and get it back.
Mr. Dren, I think he's got it at his fingertips.
Thank you. No, I do recall it was estimated about $27 million at the time.
That sounds about right.
Yep.
All right. Do we have any other questions or comments for Mr. Ellingham? I had one. Yes, Mr.
Sorry, I just
Dren.
wanted to indicate that Council has in their package has an executive summary that's about this thick. In about a week's time, we will have the entire transportation master plan on the website, available for the public and anyone who wants to use it. The document's about this thick. So you can, and it's broken down into sections like cycling and so on. So you'll be able to, pick a section that you want to look at and be able to call it up.
Now, if someone doesn't have the internet and they want to come down and read that document, where would they see it?
They can see it down in our transportation division. Oh, sorry, at the McBain Center. There's a transportation division is there, and they'll be able to view it there.
So they just go to the McBain Center, and then they'll be in about a week's time, you figure?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's some good bedtime reading. And I have one other question, Mr. Ellingham. In regard to roundabouts, you made reference to a roundabout. Now, I've noticed more discussion in recent years on roundabouts. Is this something that, obviously we used to have them years ago and then they went away and they're still active in Europe and they seem to be making a bit of a comeback? I don't know if you could just maybe give us a little enlightenment on that.
Your Worship, they're making a significant comeback across North America. I think the difference between what you used to see 20, 30 years ago, probably longer than that, is our different design standards. And they're becoming more popular because they do actually reduce delay. People don't have to stop. There's a cost savings because no traffic signals involved. So they are becoming popular. There's quite a number around the province. Region of Waterloo uses them. There's quite a number in the region of Waterloo. There's a number of rural roundabouts. So they're becoming very popular these days, and the real issue is just getting people to learn how to use them.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. All right. We are looking for a motion to adopt as a framework to provide strategic direction through 2031. Moved by Councillor Iononi, seconded by Councillor Morocco. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you very much, Mr. Ellingham.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, Marzana had a comment? Yes, Marzana?
Through the chair, I just wanted to let you know of the next steps is that the report is to be filed with the MOE and it'll be on display for public review, and we'll also have copies at City Hall and at the library at a couple other locations for the public. And also, we've tentatively scheduled Mr. Ellingham to do the same presentation to the region of Niagara at their Transportation Strategy Steering Committee, tentatively scheduled for December the 5th.
Okay, that's great. Will it be the same length presentation? Could be. Could be. Okay, good. That's good to know. Thank you.
We know what it is.
Will do. All right, so we've approved that one unanimously. Next up, we've got BDD 2011-09, the Combined VTS Transit Operations. To speak to this item, we've got the CAO.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Director of Business Development authored the report but isn't here, so I can speak to it. What the report is dealing with is, now that we've approved our VTS and have our funding in place from the provincial and federal governments, we are here tonight recommending to Council that we look at combining both our conventional transit system, which is currently located over at Bridge Street and Erie Avenue, and consolidate that at a new site that we've located for the VTS system, which will be located on Stanley Avenue across from our existing service center. So the report tonight outlines the process that would take place. It outlines in the report 3 options that we're currently looking at, and we've had some very high-level estimates prepared by our engineering consultant. And what we're asking tonight for is that council, first of all, approve the combination of those 2 facilities at the one location on Stanley Avenue, but secondly, that staff be authorized to go ahead and get pricing alternatives on the 3 alternatives outlined in the report. And that would go from basically a bare bones facility with maintenance and outside storage for our buses to a fully blown maintenance and inside storage for our buses. Once we have those cost estimates back, we'd be back before this council asking for approval on the preferred alternative. So, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Hey, Councillor Carrio?
My question is, how are we going to go about getting prices? Are we going to have someone do some preliminary drawings? Are we going to have someone design it and then go to and get pricing? Or are we going to ask for design build opportunities? What was the plan?
Well, the plan is to have the engineer, once we've got the council's approval to combine the operations, we'll have the engineers finalize the detailed specifications, and we'd be out getting specific prices on these different options for you.
Because when I look at the square footage and I look at the price, it scares me. Whoever came up with that price for that square footage,
yeah, that
seems like it's
I agree.
Significantly out of line.
The prices for us are we were quite surprised at the prices as well. But again, they're very high level, very conservative estimates. We don't want to be here before council recommending something that isn't nailed down much more specific. That's why we need to go to that next step, and we'll get the engineering consultants to go out, get us very detailed costs on this, so that when we come back to council, we can give you what those firm prices are on the 3 options, and then we can decide. We'll run the gambit with the money that we've gotten from the federal and provincial government on the VTS People Mover system. We may run the gambit from very minimal cost to the city to anything, in this case, of $5 to $10 million, depending on where those cost estimates come in.
But I guess my question through you, Mr. Mayor, is it depends on how we do it, which is going to get us to how much it's going to cost. You
Yes.
could pick an architect or a designer to come up with a design that this might be a cheap price. Well, you could pick what we need and put it out for maybe a design build, and we might get twice the facility for that money. So I just was wondering what the process is, how we're going to...
Well, I think before we can get any firm estimates, we'd really need to be out getting those tendered prices for you. We'd have to actually be looking at different options here. Because until you actually go out and get that price, you know, I mean, if we look at these kind of numbers, second option, I think, is the approach you would take.
Design build?
No, go and get an architect to do the 3 designs on 3 options.
But if this is the architect and this is his number, it scares me.
Well, they haven't done any of the design work yet, but once they did their design, they'd have to be...
I don't even like the thought process that they're using to come up with this number from that number.
Well, you know what, we haven't ruled out the design build, but at this point...
I don't know how you could do much better than design build. You tell somebody what you need, and then you put it out for tender and say, here's what we're looking to accomplish, and let someone come up with there may be designs or ideas that we don't...
The architect is IBI Group, who did this design, Class D design estimate. So they were very, very conservative. And what they did is they went with staff through what's called the programming. They said, what are your needs? And they did all of that. And that then allowed them to do a very conservative estimate on the design. The next step on this is IBI will now take it and put design on paper. and they'll be able to then refine costs associated with that. At that point, we'll have to make a decision whether it's going to be design, or whether it's going to be design, build, or tender, and that's when we'll start the process to do that. And that's after this design sort of cost estimate comes in from IBI Group.
I guess then, Carl, then maybe what council should see is what the needs or the wants that were given to IBI for us to have a look at before we go and charge someone with designing something based on staff's needs.
What we could certainly do is, once we get to that design stage, we could always report back to council at that point. You know, and that way they would have more detailed specs at that. I don't know how, that's going to be several months out before we get that.
No, I just think that we
Design, that's where the refinements come in and say, okay, you need that, need to be that big, and all of that. And so then the cost, Class D is like, saying, the price of that car is $30,000, but when you work with the salesman, it's 25, that type of thing. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to refine it now, and what you're going to do is refine your sort of ballpark estimates to get down to the actual design.
as well as Councillor Carrier. But I wholeheartedly agree with the argument that we haven't really identified our needs before we're actually going out to the design stage. In this report here, we're somewhat being asked to endorse the fact that we're now going to go out and we're going to design 3 different buildings. And I don't understand what the need to design 3 different buildings is when we haven't actually identified what we want our needs to be in one building. I mean, it's an added expense that we're coming up with 3 different designs, whereas all we have to do really is identify our needs and then go forward from there. And I think we have to have that discussion. I mean, in the report it talks about alternative A, alternative B, and alternative C, and the only real difference between them is the storage of buses indoors or the storage of buses outdoors. And I guess I'll start there and ask what the benefit is by storing the buses indoors.
Well, and I think, I don't want the report to mislead. We wouldn't be going out and doing 3 complete different building designs. I think the view of it would be that you'd come up with a design on the maintenance facility, and from there would be 3 options. One that would be basically that building with no storage, that building with partial storage, and that building with full storage. So it wouldn't be like we're designing 3 completely different buildings. It would be sort of the same front end, and it's just how much of the back end do you build. In terms of storage, most properties now are building some form of storage. Ideally, it would be good to have some storage. That's why we're looking at phasing or having 3 options. There are some of our buses that our people would tell you that if you're not running them all winter, you could probably store those outside. So there may be an opportunity, if we're not running all of our people mover buses all year, some of those could be stored outside. There are some climate difficulties when you're running buses all the time through the winter, and it's probably best to have those stored inside. So that's why we're not that hung up on having to look at complete storage, although it would be good to have. But if that option comes in too expensive, we're certainly willing to look at the other two options. The bottom line is, if we can't afford any of the storage, then we'll have to live with parking our buses outside and deal with whatever those climatic conditions bring us.
Okay, just a couple of points then, Your Worship, and I guess through you to Mr. Todd. You said most people nowadays are building some form of storage. Were you talking in reference of public or private?
Well, most of the transportation buildings that are being built now are public buildings, public transit authorities, and most of them are building some form of indoor storage, from what we've seen.
Okay. Because when I look around at private enterprises, I really don't see them having any type of indoor storage. And I guess that's where I kind of have the problem, because it all comes down to the dollars and cents.
Yep.
And to put 100% of all of our buses indoors, you're looking at an added cost right now of over $10 million. And I think it's going to be a hard sell to the residents who, a lot of them can't afford to park their own vehicles indoors, to tell them that now they have to pay to park our vehicles indoors.
Well, and that's exactly why we have the three options here. We understand that. And if we can get, once we firm this up, if we can get very good prices on these, so I mean, these are really high-level estimates, but we can get very good prices on these options and present that to council, it may be something that council wants to consider. Our feeling is, if we don't put the options in front of you, you don't have any options to consider.
But okay. I mean, in my opinion, we should have this discussion before we design it, but I guess that doesn't seem to be the way that it's going. But even if we do come up with good pricing, I mean, are we not going to have added expenses in operating, added expenses in maintenance, and added expenses in replacement costs? Well, added expenses all along the way in every single budget from there on afterwards that we have to continually fund if we build the building bigger or if we put the buses indoors.
Well, you're taking really what we're talking about here, you're talking an aged, totally depreciated building that we have now on Bridge and Erie. And, you know, we were over there the other day in a major rainstorm, and, you know, roof is completely leaking, and it's in much need of repair. So, you know, we would probably need to spend $3 to $4 million on that facility just to bring it up to standard if we're going to stay at that site. So we're looking at potentially avoiding those costs, because if we go with the cheapest option, which is to have no storage, with the money we've been able to go out and leverage from the other levels of government, we may not need to put very little money into it. Mm-hmm. So from the taxpayer standpoint, we've saved those capital costs. In terms of operations, you know, we still have operational costs now because we have room for about more than half storage now, Carol? A little more than half storage at our site here. So we'd be replacing those costs for costs in a new building. So, you know, we've already got those operational expenses that we're incurring now. We're thinking there'll be economies where we can put both the VTS and the conventional together. We're not proposing on hiring any additional staffing to do that. We'll need more bus drivers to drive the buses, but we'll just simply be relocating that operation to a much newer building. So, you know, if the building is bigger square footage, yes, we'll end up having some additional operating costs. I'd argue that if we go with a bare bones building and don't have any storage, we're probably going to be saving operational costs to what we're spending on that building today.
Okay.
Yeah, Your Worship, and I just want to say I don't think anyone is arguing the actual replacement of the Niagara Falls Transit Facility. I think everyone at Council is on board with it. I just think that this discussion of what we want in the new building, or how much we're actually willing to spend over and above the $18.2 million, because that's the allocated amount that we have from the two levels of government.
Yes.
I mean, personally, I would like to see us work within that framework, as Councilor Carriel has identified. If we give a list of what our needs are, and we actually put that out, we might actually come within this framework of $18.2 million, but we don't know that yet. All we're doing is we're going to go out and we're going to design the building, and then we're going to ask someone to price that building.
Well, but the exercise that we go through is identifying your needs. They'll be sitting down with our transit staff, as Mr. Dren said. That's part of the process. You know, they'll sit down and say, you know, how many desk space do you need? How many mechanics do you have? How many service space do you need? They'll go through all of that exercise, and then they'll go out and do the design work. They're not going to be telling us what we need. Our staff is going to be sitting down and saying to them, this is what we believe we need. They're really the only variable here, because at the end of the day, I would view that our lunchroom space, our washroom space, all of those spaces will be pretty much the same.
Yeah.
It's the storage. And the storage, all they need to do is basically give us 3 different prices. No storage, half storage, and full storage. And our feeling is we'd really like to see those prices, because if we can get really competitive prices now and get some storage built at very little cost, we think that's something that council should consider. Now, if these prices come in very high, then I think we'll be the first ones to say, let's just build the bare bones building and not have that storage and defer that to another date.
Okay. Okay, we've got Councilor Carrio, Iannoni, and Morocco.
I was just going to say that you might want to just get council's appetite for how much more they'd want to spend over the $19 million, because it might be nothing. And if it's nothing over that, then you just go back and say, how much can you build for this $19 million? Because council's not prepared to put any more money in, and that'd be the end of it.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's part of the exercise we're going through. Like when we come back with the options, there's no commitment. You know, the first option, if we got a really good price, might come below 19 million.
I can vote no.
Yeah.
I can give you my vote right now.
So we just feel that council should see those prices before we actually make a commitment to which option we're taking.
Okay, we've got, first of all, Carl, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to comment on the indoor storage question and just sort of give some overview as to why you consider indoor storage versus outdoor storage. All of the transit operations that have been built in the last several years have all had indoor storage. And the reason is there's a couple things. One, you extend the life of your bus because it's not dealing with the elements on a daily basis. 2, you reduce operating costs, because what happens is you have to get a bus operating, you have to get it warmed up, you have to get all the snow off, you have to do all of that before you get it out on the road. And it usually needs a wash. So what happens is they're washed the night before, they go into the storage facility, and they're nice and clean. And sometimes storage facility we can decide on can be heated or it can be non-heated. You can plug in buses on a nightly basis or whatever. The main thing is what you're trying to do is protect it from the elements, so that when your operation is geared up to go the next day, you're out there and you're gone. So you're not paying extra staff to do things that you would if you didn't have storage. And I think what's happened is that several of the municipalities that have built buildings have done that comparison where they've looked at it and said, okay, what's the cost of this and what's the cost of this? And what's happened is it's equalized out. The cost of building the building usually equals the extra cost to put manpower out there. So what they're doing is they're saying, well, it makes sense to put it indoors then, because you're going to come out with a fresh, clean bus. And that's really what you're looking at. And I think what Mr. Todd is referring to, if some of the buses are parked in the winter with the VTS system, you park them outside. They don't need to be inside. So we'll determine a level of storage requirements. We may only need 50%, because 50% of the time the buses are on the road. The other 50% of the time we can live without those ones because they may different shifts or whatever. So I think what we're trying to say here is that we want to look at all options and consider it when the price comes in, because every one that I've seen in the last 4 to 5 years have included storage, and when we have made that comparison.
Yeah, Councilor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, Your Worship, and just to that point, I really do understand the rationale behind wanting to put them inside. I just think that it's more of a want than it actually is a need. And again, I think it's going to be hard. I mean, when you drive around the city, not everyone can afford to put their own cars in storage or in garages. So it's hard for them to tell, or it's hard for us to tell them that we're now going to use their taxpayers' dollars to put our vehicles inside storage when they can't afford to put their own.
Okay, we've got Councilor Iannoni and Rocco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're entering this new era of, I think it's called zero-based budgeting. Am I correct? We're going to look at, why would we not look at zero-based budgeting for this building too? No offense to staff, but you complicated things huge putting these numbers here like this. It just looked at, it put the numbers in front of me. To quote Councilor Carrio, scared the hell out of me. And all I could think of was I would not allocate $12 million to park our buses inside. We have so many more things to spend our money on. So perhaps go back to zero-based building of this building and build up to $8.2 million. No bells, no whistles, no frills, no anything, a service center. To back Mr. Todd, I was at the United Way lunch last week where the water is pouring down like 10 feet behind where we were having our United Way barbecue. Like, it's asinine. We still have a city building like that. But that said, you don't need the $30 million Cadillac either. So bring your building up to 18.2 and bring us back what you can put into that. But I think we're doing this backwards. I think it's the cart before the horse. Just tell us what you can build for 18.2. Don't ask us to go to the residents for another $10 million.
Mr. Mayor, these estimates that were put in front of you tonight are, as we've said, they're very high-level engineering estimates. And we toyed with the idea of not putting the numbers before you tonight, but quite truthfully, we thought we better put the numbers there before you tonight to give you a flavor for what may be coming down the road. Because truthfully, if we didn't put the numbers in front of you tonight, we'd probably be criticized later for not at least having that debate and sharing that with you tonight. So we wanted to be open about it and let you know where that's at. If the motion of council tonight is to simply say, go out and build and plan something for $18 million, we'll go out and design that for $18 million.
So moved.
But our feeling tonight was that you may want to see another option with storage, because if we get favorable construction prices and those prices come in at $15 million, we want to know that we've got the option to build that additional storage that might take us up to $18 or $19 million. Today, standing here, we don't know that.
Yep, Councilor.
Yeah, just on that argument, though, I mean, if we actually put out there that we want to spend up to $18.2 million and what can someone give us for that, then we'll know what's actually out there.
But that's a design build, and we haven't made that decision yet. We got to go through what
Maybe
the
that's
needs
a good
are.
discussion, though. It's a good discussion.
The staff hasn't gone through what the needs are so that we can get the engineering the architects to get us to a point where we can go out and make that decision. If council would like us to come back at that point and decide whether we're going to go design build or whether we're going to go tender, we can certainly do that.
Okay, Councilor Morocco, or is this to this point, Councilor, or is this separate, different point?
Similar, but I'll wait till...
Okay, Councilor Morocco?
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, Carolyn Iannone, Councilor Iannone, sorry, has actually touched on, I did talk about the cart before the horse as well, and the numbers here were a little, I guess, premature, but I do want to say that I appreciate staff kind of giving us a heads up with the numbers, and I think really what we're doing right now is spending a lot of time talking without really seeing the actual cost of what we're going to be looking at, whether it's a design build or whether it's our own architect design. So I think at this point, we really need to possibly just direct staff to go and provide us with all this information with what their needs are so that we have an idea. And also, I think it's good that Carl Wren did provide us with information on what other areas are doing with the building. And I understand that it would be more efficient to have them inside, the vehicles, because then we wouldn't have to be cleaning them off. They'd already be ready. We wouldn't be running gas longer, and we'd probably save gas because they're not outside warming up that much longer. There's probably a whole number of points that justify it. But I would really like to see the actual cost and weigh it out in front of us when that comes back. So as you said, these numbers are a little bit fabricated or a little out there, but I think based on the needs that you provide us, then we can make a decision. So I think that we need to move forward with staff doing this, but realistically.
No, and Mr. Mayor, we were shocked at these numbers too, and truthfully, we didn't expect seeing what the numbers ended up being, and we truly believe that they are high. Our feeling is, though, if we don't go through the process and try to come back with something that provides the basics, but also may give us an opportunity to leverage that $19 million, you got to remember that we've got at this point nothing in this in terms of this is leverage from other levels of government, and if we can, get a little bit better building by us contributing something to the project, we just thought council may want to consider that. We're not standing here before you tonight saying we're expecting you to spend $10 million on this, but as we stand here, we don't think these numbers are that accurate, and we just are suggesting in the report that we go that next step and get more detailed estimates and come back to you and let you make that decision at that point.
Okay. Councilor Carrio and then Thompson.
Are there any costs involved in coming up with this scheme? Any costs to us, other than our staff time?
Well, it's just all in the architect's fees, and the architect's fees now are being covered through the 18 point whatever million that
Well, I
we've
understand,
got.
but that's
Yeah.
coming out of the money that we might be using to build a building. So what costs are there involved in coming up with this scheme?
Well, as
Of
part
this-
of the process, they have to go through anyway,
Who?
the architects.
They only have to do this if they're told to do this by us.
Well, the only difference in this process would be if you say tonight, don't even have them design outside storage or inside storage. That's the only variable here that they really have to
But I
go
guess my
through.
question just is what is the cost? What part of our
Well, I
18...
don't have the cost.
Does anybody have an idea what it's going to... Well, that's...
We didn't bring that documentation with us tonight.
Are we talking 100,000, 50,000, 200,000? Because no
Yeah,
idea.
I don't have the detail, and I hate to give you a wrong number on that tonight.
Well, before we agreed to this, I'd like to know that number. I mean, I'd like to know how much of the money we're going to start biting into by doing designs. I'd like to know that before I voted on this. I'd like to have a rough idea what we're going to spend. And after having just finished build 6,000-foot building, and I know what it cost me, and I could store 8 or 9 buses in it, this really scares me. But anyway, I'd like to know what it's going to cost us.
On the architect's fees?
Yes. I think that's just...
We don't have that.
It doesn't have to be exact.
We don't have that tonight here.
No, but I don't think I want to vote on this unless I know how much we're voting to spend.
If I could just weigh in, so currently we're looking to replace the transit, and we have enough storage for half of our buses. Is that right?
Our current site has about half storage.
About half. So if we were to at least replace what we currently have, it would be probably a little less than half, because now we're going to have other buses there from the VTS, the People Mover as well.
Yes, by the time we're through the VTS, we're going to almost double, not quite double the size of our fleet.
Then that would bring us kind of down to quarter, I guess, for our own fleet.
Well, if you wanted to replace this number of storage spots you'd have now, you'd be about 25% of what you're storing now.
So do we not, between all of our staff, have an idea? Like I know Councilor Carrier said, we got to do drawings anyway for the transit part, right? And some storage. Obviously, we have to have some storage. We can't have no storage, or I wouldn't think. But it's that versus more storage. We don't have a range, even a ballpark idea of how much extra the drawing is? Do you have an idea? Oh, wait, Councilor Gates has an idea.
No, just to our point, I mean, we've passed this around for quite a while, but Mr. Dren said very earlier, about 20 minutes ago, that he's aware that there's been 6 or 7 of these facilities built in the province. I'm just wondering, is there any that are similar to what would fit our needs, whether they be with or without storage, and give us an idea of what the cost was for those particular facilities? That would kind of make it a little easier just to ballpark on that cost. I don't know if you have those costs or not, but...
Yeah, I can give you some ballparks. Brampton and Oakville, they're coming around somewhere between $170 and $200 a square foot, and that's including storage. But you got to remember, when you look at that, your storage costs are much less than your administration costs, right? So in actual fact, as you add storage, it brings down the cost per square foot because of that.
Okay.
So we can certainly get those numbers to you on the architects. But the architects have, through the whole process, have been engaged. I mean, they've been engaged through the whole People Mover VTS system. We've had them engaged. If you recall, when we did this with council a while ago, we said we were proceeding with all of the agreements, and that was one of them. So it's been several months now that the architects have been engaged. So
But now that's the cost. That's the cost to build it, Carl, or to design it.
No, sorry, that's the cost to build.
So, and I think Councilor Carroll was asking you the cost to design it.
I don't know what the cost per square foot to design it, but you got in what Mr. Todd was saying, the bulk of the design comes in the fact that you're designing your administration building to take your administration and maintenance portion of it, which is the bulk of the cost. As you add storage, it's not as expensive to add storage.
Just to clarify, Mr. Mayor, all I was asking for, if we vote on this tonight, how much are you asking this council to commit to these studies, or whatever you're going to do? How much are we going to spend? to do what you're asking us to do?
Well, it's just the architect's fees, which we don't have the number here. We didn't bring those files with us tonight. But just so you know, the architect was engaged 3 months ago by this council, so they've already started the process.
And he gave us a price?
Yes.
And we don't know what it is?
I don't have that number
okay.
here with you tonight. We didn't bring those files with us tonight.
Okay, Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, it's the architects charge a percentage of the cost of the building, do they not?
Yes, well, there's different formulas that they use, but...
Anyway, he's already started?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, what are you looking for tonight?
All we're wanting council to do is agree to the fact that we're going to consolidate our 2 facilities at one location and allow staff to go out and do the costing estimates and bring them back to council for consideration.
So you're going to have all kinds of opportunity for input. I think we're trying to be armchair experts here. You've got people in other communities that have built similar facilities. You've got the staff who have investigated that. You've indicated that a partner who, with a great deal of expertise, is going to be involved with their people to assist in in building this facility. So I think you're on the right track. And as far as storage, I was thinking, how much storage you usually need in a facility like this. Well, we already have 50%. I listened to Mr. Dren intently responding to the question. The objective has to be to get 100% storage if you can. Why would you, if you got to have people come in the morning and take the snow off them and heat them up and put them inside and wash them, and my God, what is the cost of that over a long period of time ongoing? And the cost of putting up a storage facility is insignificant square footage wise. And I know I talked to Councillor Carrio earlier, and he thought the square footage was astronomical. But if you're talking $170, $200 a square foot for this facility, I don't see how you get the figures that you got. But we're going to have, this is going to be a work in progress, and we're going to have to work with you on it and put up the best facility we can. So I would make a motion that we combine the 2 facilities and get on and keep the council fully informed. And if there's an opportunity for a design build at some point, absolutely that we can take advantage to save money. We attempt to do that by keeping the council informed.
Okay, we've got basically moving the recommendation, Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Morocco. Is there any other comment to the motion? Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, Your Worship. I mean, I don't think that anyone around here is trying to be armchair experts. I think a bunch of us agree that there might be a better way to do it, and that's why we have a healthy discussion. But Your Worship, I mean, in my opinion, I mean, what we haven't done yet is we haven't really identified our needs. If we identify our needs and then put that out there to someone and say, how much will it cost for us to build this, it's a lot different than designing a building and then taking that actual design out to someone and saying, how much would it be for you to build this? It's very different, the 2 of them, and you're going to get different pricing by both. So I don't think anyone's trying to be armchair experts, Your Worship. I think we're just having a healthy discussion on what the best way to do it is. And I was wondering if we can split these, because I agree with the combined facility of the Niagara Falls Transit and VTS system, but I don't agree with the way that we're going about it.
Do we have any suggestions, Mr. Clerk? On is that a splittable motion, or?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'll tell you what. Then we'll.
We have a motion on the floor.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. So do we have to ask the mover?
It'll be a friendly amendment.
Okay, so you're okay with a friendly amendment to split them?
No, not a split is fine. That's not a problem.
And you don't have to first.
Yeah, you just split.
Okay, so we'll split it into first one being combining the 2 facilities, Niagara Falls Transit and the VTS operations, maintenance, and storage, and with any other possible partners. So that's the first motion. Does everyone understand that? Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. And the second part is the scope, which the subject is regarding the detailed costing associated with the size of the facility, and a report being presented to council for approval, identifying the preferred alternative. Moved again by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Morocco. Okay, does everyone understand the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Hands high in the air. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 against. I'll vote in favor as well. Okay, so the motion will pass. Okay. Good, healthy discussion. I think the message was sent real clear to our staff that we're not looking for a Cadillac. We're looking for something with not necessarily all the bells and whistles. Next up, we've got a matter subject PD 2011-72, official plan amendment number 99, Garner South secondary plan. I would ask the city clerk to introduce the item.
The purpose of this public meeting is to receive information and allow the public to comment on the proposed official plan amendment for Garner South secondary plan. Notification was given in accordance with the Planning Act by placing an advertisement in the Niagara Falls Review on Saturday, September 24th, 2011, by first-class mail in accordance with the Act and by posting a sign on the property in question. Any person who wants notice of the adoption of the official plan amendment shall leave their name and address on the sign-in sheets outside the council chambers.
Okay, I'd ask our planning, oh, there he is. All right, Alex, if you could help us out here.
Thank you, Your Worship. We've moved to the podium for tonight's presentation. I know most of council and the public familiar with me as being the face of land use planning in Niagara Falls, but I'm not the only person that actually does this work. So I have with me tonight Mr. John Barnsley. He's our manager of policy, and he's going to present the Garner South plan to you. As was stated, this is an opportunity to gather more public input. It is our statutory meeting under the Act, but once we receive this information, we will be taking this back for further consideration. And I'm going to then let John present. And he's not a new employee. He's been with the city for about 20 years. He's just been working quietly in the background.
Good evening, Your Worship. I'm going to be presenting the Garner South secondary plan this evening. We're bringing this forward to council for information as amendment number 99 to the city's official plan. The plan area, as shown on the map on the right, extends south of McLeod Road to Brown Road to Chippewa Creek Road. It extends westerly from Montrose Road to a tributary of the Thompsons Creek watershed, which is west of Garner Road. Some quick statistics on Garner South. It has a gross area of about 225 hectares, excuse me. A population of about 6,900 people who will be housed in about 2,700 dwelling units, and it can accommodate up to 2,000 jobs at minimum. There are a number of governing principles that form the basis of the secondary plan. First of all, the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. A couple of the concepts that we had to deal with one was the concept of a complete community. This involves designing the greenfield areas. Those are the areas, new development areas within the city, with a mix of uses as well as housing types, so as to provide the resident of that community for a variety of uses and services over the length of their lifetime. The second governing principle from the growth plan was minimum density target, in this case of 53 people and jobs per hectare. So in other words, we had to accommodate not only, as I said before, housing, but also employment. And this is roped into a density and stated in people and jobs. This will result in a slightly more compact development form, which will be more walkable and more transit supportive. Other governing factors, Niagara Square, which you can see at the top right of the map. I'll get into this a little bit later, but the idea was to cluster more higher density uses close to Niagara Square, provide to bolster the square itself and to provide support for the retail district. A number of natural heritage features, as you can see the dark green areas on the plan, dissect the area. The idea was to not only protect those, provide those as an amenity to the community as a whole. Another one is SciTech Canada. They own about 1,000 acres in the southwest part of the map that's shown. As a bit of background, official plan amendment number 82 was passed by the Ontario Municipal Board in in the spring of 2009. And what it did was if I can get this cursor to work, which I can't. Oh, there it is. It redesignated lands south of this hydro corridor to Brown Road from industrial to residential. Part of the policy from official plan amendment number 82 was a restriction of uses inside an arc, a 2-kilometer arc from the phosphine tanks, which you can see scribed along this line here. That precluded any kind of residential uses within this area, kept them more employment, service-based uses. It also provided a restriction on building heights and densities in these areas that are designated residential. Other governing factors is the Warren Creek rechannelization, which is underway right now as we speak. This provides a north-south axis through the plan area and then cuts across in this westerly manner. Not only is this a drainage channel, but it also forms as a public open space. There will be cycling paths along there. And the idea was to integrate this into the entire plan area, interconnected with, make sure connected to parks and streets, to give it a sense of place to the plan. Housing will be accommodated in high, medium, and low-density forms throughout the plan. High density is concentrated in the northeast part of the plan area, adjacent to along McLeod Road with arterial road access. It is also close to Niagara Square, as I mentioned earlier, and it'll provide higher support in walking distance or close to Niagara Square. And the other idea was that since this area has a lot of natural heritage features, we would essentially bonus the area because the natural heritage areas tend to act as a constraint, and so you drive up the number of units because of that. High-density housing could take the form of apartments or even more low-rise accommodations, as the pictures show. Medium-density housing is more integrated with the plan. It's more on collectors or arterials, as shown in the yellow areas on this plan. Lower density forms of street townhousing, low-rise apartments would be the predominant types of housing forms. And single detached dwellings and semis would form the basis of the low-density residential areas, the white areas in the plan, which form the majority of the residential lands within the plan. Ancillary to residential, we have schools, retirement residences, and long-term care facilities. There are 2 school sites that are intended to be planned for the area. I've been in discussions with both the school boards, and these would be elementary schools. So 2 sites are planned for the plan area. Employment lands, there are 2 precincts. The westerly lands, as I had mentioned earlier, within the 2-kilometer arc from the SciTech plant, and also lands along the west side of Montrose Road. These lands are aimed to get a density of 30 jobs per hectare to provide employment not just for the plan area but for the city as a whole. The lands along Montrose Road also serve to implement the Gateway Economic Zone, which is envisioned by the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. Commercial uses, two areas. One would be the light blue area on the east side of Garner Road. That would be neighborhood commercial. And also the red area, the mixed use area, the northeast corner would provide commercial uses as well. But also the mixed use area you can have high density residential, hence the term mixed use. Natural heritage, as I'd mentioned before, is quite prevalent within the plan area, and the design works to preserve. The policies actually serve to preserve these features, which include provincially significant wetlands, fish habitats, floodplains, woodlands, and of course the relocated Warren Creek. Staging of development is to proceed in a north and easterly fashion from the pumping station at Brown and Garner Road. Phase 1 of the Warren Woods Plan of Subdivision is this is being serviced as we speak. Services will extend, as I said, in a northerly and westerly manner along Brown Road and along Garner Road, or they will continue through the Warren Woods Plan area into the northwest part of the plan. The lands on the west side of Garner Road, also prior to development, there will have to be a sub-watershed plan done for the Thompsons Creek because of the presence of the Thompsons Creek on the west side of the plan. Public engagement was a major part of Garner South. We started out with an open house when the project commenced. Second open house was held about a year ago. The map on the right showing the area that was circulated 120 meters from the plan area to all landowners for that open house and also for tonight's meeting. Secondly, several meetings were held with individual landowners to discuss their development concepts and any issues that they had with the various proposed plans that came out and draft plans that came out. Also, meetings were held with the Niagara region, Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, and the school boards to discuss their issues as well. We have received a number of comments to date, some of which are included. This table is included in the report, as well as there are others within your pack with which have handed out. Staff will be commenting on these. We'll be reviewing these comments over the next few weeks, and we will be revising the plan as needed in order to accommodate and address these concerns. So the next steps will, of course, be the review of the comments, as I just mentioned, and the plan will be modified. We will bring back the modified plan to council for adoption at that point. Subsequent to adoption, the plan has to go to the region for approval. The region, through the memorandum of understanding with lower tier municipalities, is the approval authority for all municipal official plan amendments, which include secondary plans. So finally, I'd like to summarize by saying that the Garner South Secondary Plan is a detailed land use plan which will guide the development of this plan area for the next 10 to 15 years, and it has been prepared to conform with the growth plan of Greater Golden Horseshoe with a mix of densities and housing types and overall densities to constitute a complete community.
Thank you, Mr. Barnsley. Are there any questions from members of council for Mr. Barnsley on his presentation? Okay. Members of public. Yeah, Councillor Thompson?
Yes, you said you're going to be dealing with the people who have had concerns about this and modifying the plan. Is that an automatic thing?
Automatic. It would be modified in an attempt to accommodate those concerns if we can. If the accommodates are outside of the what we can do in the secondary plan, we would advise them accordingly to seek other avenues.
Mm-hmm. Regarding the SciTech property, is that 2.5 kilometer arc to control everything that takes place there? To have that, is that commonplace?
No, that's only for SciTech. That's the only experience that I've had thus far is because of SciTech. That is something that they've requested for developments which are adjacent to those lands. That also affected some lands south of the Lone River.
It's probably because of the production of phosgene.
The phosgene storage tanks, that's correct. It's a safety issue.
Yeah. But if I owned a property 500 feet away and I wanted to do something with it, just because that exists there, then your rights are taken away. Is that not unusual?
Well, I think the thing, if you're looking at going beyond what's permitted within zoning, then I think you're opening up an avenue, possibly, yes. But if you're going to develop within terms of zoning, I don't think there couldn't be any issue with SciTech, because that would be permitted if you're developing in compliance with the zoning.
Well, you're putting restrictions on a 2-acre park, indicating what can be built there. The person still has the right to go through a zoning application.
Oh, yes.
But if we put this restriction on, then if it went to the OMB, the OMB would certainly, or that would be utilized to support the case for SciTech.
Well, I think SciTech would also have to bring out their evidence as to why a 2-kilometer arc is required.
Well, are they bringing that out now?
They are not. No,
Is there not something that can be done from a safety point of view that can protect the public to cut down this concern with respect to the safety aspect?
Your Worship, I think Councillor Thompson's making some legitimate comments. The difference is that during the previous official plan amendment, the landowner, Warren Woods, negotiated the 2-kilometer arc, so that the two parties agreed to do that. We incorporated it into the official plan. So one party said, we agree to respect SciTech's concerns, and SciTech therefore said, we won't pursue this any further to the board. So the two parties actually agreed. It is a land use document, so we're regulating land use. So is it common? Not really. Has it been done here before? Yes. So.
Well, it's been done between two parties. When they were trying to get the Warren Woods development through, to get it through the OMB, they agreed to this. That doesn't mean that the municipality does. I respect that the industry has been there for a long time, and it deserves some protection, but a 2.5-kilometer arc where you control everything within that, regardless of who owns that, I think is pretty substantial.
It just happens to be a policy adopted by this council and already approved by the region for these lands. And all we're doing is incorporating that established policy into this new document.
So you're telling me that this council has no direction with respect to that 2.5-kilometer arc?
I guess you could direct staff to take it out. But
no, I'm not even suggesting that. I'm just suggesting that that's a lot of individual properties that individuals own that is being impacted just because an industry is located there doing production of a toxic chemical. Maybe there are other ways that can lessen that concern. Has there ever been any investigation in that?
No, there hasn't. I'm not sure which multiple property owners you're talking about, because the ARC only affects the lands of Warren Woods, and Warren Woods negotiated that.
Doesn't impact any other properties there?
That's all that was established by official plan amendment, I think it's 82. So it doesn't, although you'd expect the arc to follow south of there, there's actually a different arc that affects the Heartland Forest property. That too was negotiated between SciTech and Heartland Forest. And then there's a different arc that affects the land south of the Welland River. All of those, but the 2-kilometer arc affects the Warren Woods lands that are all held by the same property owner.
So you're telling me that it's not just the 2.5 acre or 2.5 kilometers also goes to the south and to, wow. Anyway, I'd like some more information on this. If you're saying it doesn't impact any other private properties, is that what you said?
Well, I said there was a different arc that affects Heartland Forest. John's saying it is the same 2-kilometer arc.
An arc is an arc.
Yeah. Well, what we will be doing is we'll be basically bringing back a report to council saying, here's the Garner secondary plan, because the next time you see this, we'll be bringing the Garner secondary plan back as an official plan amendment to be adopted by council. In that report, then we'll be explaining SciTech said this, we changed policy 1, 2, 3. planning consultant Y said that. We addressed this in policy 456.
Well, let's see what you come up with. Thank you.
Any other comments from council? Council Morocco?
Yes, Mayor Diodati. Just one thing, I'm concerned here with, is there anyone here that's going to speak regarding SciTech anyway?
I don't know.
No.
We're going to ask members of the public if they want to comment. I don't know.
Okay, just in the letter here that was received from SciTech, their lawyer, basically indicates, I think with all due respect, there isn't a lot of industry left here, and they're basically asking us to make sure that, they continue to stay here, and we respect that as well. So I think that I'm looking to make sure that we actually give them the opportunity, if there's future growth or whatever that they're looking for, that we actually support SciTech, and hopefully that we can make sure that they stay here and whatever. So my concerns about, I don't have no problem with a radius of keeping things away if that's what I'm hearing from building close to that chemical plant. I don't know who would want to buy something that close to a chemical plant, but that's not for me to say. But anyway, that's my personal opinion. So anyway, I'm just concerned about SciTech and their ability to continue to function in the future.
Okay. Fair comments? All right. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting may result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referrals that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone who wishes to speak to this proposed official plan amendment. Is there anyone here that would like to speak to this amendment? Okay. Are there any... Oh, I'm sorry. Did we have someone? Oh, yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah, if you can step forward to the microphone, please.
Okay.
You can state your name and your address, please, for the record.
Okay. My name is Mike Lutz. I'm the district manager for WageX Power Systems. We currently lease a facility on Keller Road, just off McLeod. And I'm just wondering, I don't know the exact address. I'm just new to the position. My question is, with having a commercial/industrial property operating a repair facility, we have a lot of coach buses that are parked in the facility with backup beepers, backup alarms. We have air tools. It's a very loud facility. We've actually had housing across the way, that's quite a distance, make complaints about noise. If they make this amendment and they condensely build housing all around there, what's going to be the... We have a 5-year lease in there. What's going to be the pressure from the region to either have us move or tolerate that level of noise? I mean, you build houses in behind there, I'm sure we're going to get complaints.
Okay, well, let's get an answer for you. Either Mr. Barnsley or Mr. Hurlovich, did you want to address the question? Are you familiar with where he's talking?
I believe so.
We're right here.
Yeah. First of all, there's nothing in the policies that would stop the gentleman's business from operating. It's there. It can operate for as long as your lease or your next lease goes. And complaint, the idea would be to take that into consideration once development applications come into the are being reviewed by staff at that point in time, and take that all into consideration.
So we have no implications of having to change our way we do business today?
I would not.
For the next short-term period, anyway, of the term of our
I would
lease.
say yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Your Worship, the only thing I would add is that the lands that are white now are already residential in the city's official plan. So what we're doing is we're setting out the way in which those lands could develop. So we're actually putting the lowest density in the white areas, closest to those distances. The yellow are low or a medium density. The orange are the higher density. So basically, residential is already allowed in this plan area. What we're trying to do is say, here's how we're going to distribute it. That's the purpose of the secondary plan.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. All right, are there any final questions from council regarding the matter? Okay, oh, there's another member. Yes, sir? Sure, step forward if you want to come up to the microphone. And if you could say your name and your address, please.
My hand was behind a member of council's head.
Sorry. There's too many jokes out.
Mr. Mayor and members of council and staff, my name is Robert Miller. I'm a land use planner. I'm representing a numbered corporation, and I wanted these comments entered into the record at this point if I could. Numbered corporation is 117032 Ontario, Inc. That's President Mr. Parsa, who's here with me this evening as well. This company owns, I don't know how you get a generalized view of just the boundary of the planning area up there. Is it the black?
Yeah, it's,
Can't do it. Yeah, you can't. Just trying to make
it's
things
in this
simple.
area right here.
Yeah. My client owns 35 acres, or roughly 14 hectares, in that area where the cursor was bouncing around there in the south. Oh, somebody's got one of those lasers. Whoa. Well, I'm not a very good shot with it, or maybe I'm not pressing the right button. It doesn't matter. The southwest quadrant of McLeod and Garner Road. And I've been involved with helping Mr. Parsa for about a year and a half, 2 years now. And I got involved simply because at that point, this program wasn't really underway. It was just beginning to start. And it was confusing for someone in that part of the northern area of the planning area here when so much development was going on in the south with the Garner Woods initiatives and all that sort of thing. So having said that, over the last year and a half working with John Barnsley and his crew, the picture has been clarified dramatically. There's been a lot of work done. And Mr. Parsa's understanding of his abilities and what his potential is for his property has been clarified dramatically. And I just wanted to say for the record that we're, as far as the modifications and adjustments to this official plan amendment and secondary plan are concerned, to this point we're 100% behind it. And having said that, I'd say it's been a difficult process, I think, for staff, and they're to be commended, I think, in dealing with all the multi-components that are involved with such a large development here in Niagara. And I'd just like to say that and just go on record as being in support of that at this point.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Any questions for Mr. Miller? No? All right, we're good. Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak to the matter? Okay. Any final questions from council? All right. Council and the public are reminded that the purpose of tonight's public meeting is to receive comments with the adoption of the official plan amendment coming at a future council meeting. The public meeting with respect to the official plan amendment 99 Garner South Secondary Plan is now concluded. No further submissions, either pro or con, should be allowed. Does a member of the council want to make a motion to receive the comment and direct staff to bring back the proposed amendment for a future meeting to be adopted? Councillor Maves?
Move the recommendation.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Carrier. Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor? All right, it's approved. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next up is item PD 2011-76, zoning bylaw amendment application. I would ask the city clerk to introduce this next item, please.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider city-initiated amendments to the city's zoning bylaw. Notice was given by placing an advertisement in the Niagara Falls Review on Saturday, September 4th, 2011. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll ask our planning director, Mr. Hurlovich, to address the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. The lands involved are the lands within zoning bylaw 79-200, which basically involves all of the lands north of the Welland River, plus Chippewa, plus the areas around the Grassy Brook golf course. So basically, Willoughby and Crowland areas of the city are not affected by this bylaw. These bylaws are initiated by staff They're housekeeping in nature. They're intended to bring some clarification to the terms that we use in our bylaw. They're also intended to address some of the development trends, such as drive-throughs. They're trying to introduce as well some a new environmental protection zone, which reflects the changes that were brought about recently by Amendment Number 96, which was our natural heritage policies that's currently at the region. And we'd be introducing a new residential zone called R1F zone for a compact form of development. We did have a neighborhood open house on September 21st. We had 2 members of the public in attendance. There are 18 proposed amendments to the plan. I'll try to go through them fairly quickly. The first one is creating standards for drive-through facilities. These council had actually directed that we do this some time ago. They've become a very common feature for fast food restaurants, and we're increasingly seeing them for other uses. A convenience store on Kaler Road in the city, Bank of Montreal, I know on Morrison Street has drive-through as well, so they are becoming used in other kinds of facilities. We did a survey of other municipalities. We found that they range between 10 and 15 queuing spaces. These are the spaces where people wait to pick up their orders at the restaurant window, and 2 to 5 spaces for other uses, such as the bank's convenience stores. We also surveyed how far away the drive-through lane had to be from residential zones. We found the average was somewhere between 10 and 30 meters in other municipalities. The recommendation is that we not include drive-throughs in neighborhood convenience or neighborhood commercial zones or central business zone. We found that neighborhood commercial zones are typically integrated into our residential communities. They have limited room on site for queuing and limited space for buffering, so the potential for impact is much greater. As well, this central business zone is our downtown area, and again, it's intended to serve a pedestrian function. So had we had drive-throughs, it would actually interrupt the downtown fabric. We're recommending somewhere between the 10 and 15 that we found in other municipalities for queuing spaces. This would be from the pickup window. You'll see there were some comments from LaBreche Planning Consultants asking for clarification on that, and we are confirming this from the pickup window. 3 queuing spaces for the other types of uses. We are recommending a 10-meter setback from the residential zone. Again, this has to do with the distance of that speaker box from residential properties and the impact on those properties. Within that 10 meters, the developer could provide parking, driveways, and so on. It doesn't all need to be landscaping, so I just want to make sure that it's clear. So we were also asked at the time to look at restrictive covenants, and we found that restrictive covenants are inflexible. They don't have a formal procedure for amending them, so therefore the inclusion of drive-through facilities through zoning is the preferable approach. The second housekeeping amendment is the removal of a restriction on the number of motor vehicles that can be parked in a garage. Our bylaw actually says you can't park more than 2 cars in a garage. Many people have more than 2 cars. There are many houses with 3-car garages. So in actual fact, it's a regulation that's not working, and so we think a better way of actually controlling that is controlling private garages, that is through lot coverage and driveway areas, and we do have provisions in our bylaw already. So all we're doing is taking away the restriction that you can only allow 2 cars to be parked in a garage. We're removing the prohibition of dwelling units or habitable space in cellars. Cellars are any basement area that's more than 50% below grade. At one time, the building code didn't cover this, and so in order to ensure that they didn't have bedrooms or apartment units in cellars, we prohibited that by our bylaw. Many places it occurred anyway, But the building code now addresses that, so you have to have your fire regulations and your fire code exits to get out of there. So therefore, the building code is actually the better place to deal with those rather than zoning. And it's not that we're opening up every cellar or basement in the city to dwelling units. Second dwelling units would only be permitted in those zones where 2 units are allowed, such as an R2 zone. And again, they need to get their building permits and meet fire regulations. We're proposing to remove the separation distance between group homes. We don't have many group homes in the city, 4 or 5 at the most. Group homes are a household that provides a living accommodation for those who, because of their intellectual, mental health, social, physical, or legal status, require a group living environment. These group homes are subject to a 350-meter separation distance in our bylaw. Those distances have been challenged by, at the Human Rights Commission, and so therefore we will be removing this as a requirement. As I say, there are only 5 in the city, so it's not that we're going to see a clustering of group homes throughout the city. We're also proposing to reduce the side yard setback for 2-story houses. We're continuing to receive more and more applications to Committee of Adjustment to reduce that side yard setback. Currently, we require a 1.8 meter setback for a 2-story dwelling, whereas a 1.5 story or a side split dwelling only requires a 1.2 meter setback. So many houses our developers are asking for that same 1.2 for a 2-story building, so we're just reflecting a trend toward that. 1.2 meter setback is 4 feet, and if each property has a 4-foot setback, there's 8 feet between the dwelling units. We believe that's sufficient to mitigate the impacts between those units. We're proposing to introduce an R1F zone. Developers, again, have been asking for new zones with smaller lot frontages and lot areas. What we've been doing, Deerfield 9 is a subdivision in town that received this, as well as other ones. We've been modifying the R1E zone requirements. So in actual fact, by establishing an R1F zone with its own provisions, means that the developer would be able to ask for our standard R1F zone rather than modifying the R1E zone. And this is a lot area of about 320 square meters, 3,200 square feet, 10 meter frontage, that's a 30-foot frontage. We're also suggesting that there could be a 3 meter setback for the dwelling portion, as long as the garage is 6 meters from the front lot line. That allows for a car to park in front of the garage, as well as reduced side yard, increase in lot coverage to 45%, and a minimum driveway width of that should be maximum driveway width of 55% of the lot frontage. We're also clarifying the wording. This is number 7 amendment in our industrial zones. It's actually very confusing. Right now it talks in terms of 33% of the front yard can be used for parking. And what it's trying to say is that 67% of the front yard has to be retained for landscaping. So we'd rather say what we want rather than what you can't have. So that wording is being introduced for clarification. We're eliminating the floor area requirements in for dwellings in the zoning bylaw. Again, these are covered by the Ontario Building Code. We wish to add a new environmental protection zone. This zone would reflect the environmental protection designation that we're introducing in the official plan. This zone would be used for any future applications. We're also trying to address the parking requirements for our industrial zone. Right now we have a parking requirement that says 1 parking space per 90 square meters of floor area, or 1 parking space for each 4 employees, whichever is greater. It's actually fairly onerous to try and find out how many employees a an industry might have, as well if they have shift work, then that differs as well from one shift to the other. And in fact, we found that one space per 90 square meters is working for most of the industries in town. We're also seeking to clarify the parking provisions for storage within retail stores. Right now, the parking requirement for retail stores is one parking space for 18 to 25 square meters, a gross floor area. We're proposing that storage areas would have the same ratio as warehouses, which is one parking space per 90 square meters, so actually a lesser standard than our bylaw currently requires. The 12th change that we're doing is to introduce retail stores, retail convenience stores, as accessory uses within the automotive service station zone. They're not recognized now. Right now, all we allow is our gas bars, car washes, those types of things, whereas most automotive service stations actually do have an area where you can pick up convenience goods. Our agricultural zone doesn't have any height restrictions. That's fine for barns and silos. However, we believe that we should have the same height restrictions for houses and accessory buildings to houses as the other residential zones in the city, which is 10 meters for a house, 4.6 meters for a shed. We're introducing some new standards into for gasoline bars for tourist commercial. Right now, in an automotive service zone, there are standards for a for a gasoline bar, but we don't have those applied to the tourist commercial. So again, for consistency, we're recommending that the same provisions from the AS zone be applied to the TC zone for gas bars. We're also looking to modify our zoning provisions for replacement of legal non-conforming buildings. Right now, the bylaw says you can only strengthen or restore a building to safe condition. We have had a number of instances in recent years where, due to fire damage, the people have wanted to demolish the house and reconstruct. And so we're basically saying you can reconstruct, but you have to be to that same footprint as the original house, so the house that was demolished. We're proposing that we remove the fencing standards from the zoning bylaw. Those are now covered by fencing bylaw adopted in 2005. So it's a duplication of standards. The only standard that we are recommending that we retain in the zoning bylaw is the requirement for a fence between residential and non-residential properties, and that fence would be 1.8 meters or 6 feet. This applies only to new builds, so I know that there are commercial properties out there that don't have a fence between them and the residential properties. We can't go backwards, but we do hope to go forward. We're also proposing to remove the restrictions on TV dish antennas. In 1982, we introduced provisions because of the size of satellite dishes. We didn't want them in any of the front yards. However, due to technological advances, these dishes are now relatively small and they're very commonplace. We don't actually receive complaints about them any longer. And so, in fact, we're going to remove the requirement that says you can't have a satellite dish in your front yard. Then we're going to replace the last amendment is to replace the term veterinarian office with the term animal clinic. Under the definition of office, they can't have pets stay overnight, when in actual fact we know that animals that have received surgical procedures are often kept overnight for observation. So we are introducing a new definition that would allow animals to be kept overnight for observation, but we would exclude outdoor kennels. That would prohibit then dogs from being kept overnight outside, where barking dogs could be a nuisance to adjacent residents. So those are, as I said, a number of provisions to the zoning bylaw to basically respond to development trends. We are recommending that council adopt or approve the updates recommended in this report.
Thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. Are there any questions from council of Mr. Hurlovich and his report? Councilor Pietrangelo?
Thank you, Your Worship. 18 recommendations in the report. It's a good report. Comes up with a lot of good ideas. I agree with most everyone, especially number 1, introducing zoning standards for drive-through facilities. I think this has come up a couple times. I know that the development in the corner of McLeod and Kaler had originally proposed 2 drive-throughs. At the time it was mentioned, we didn't have any standards. After that, there was another one proposed at the corner of Dorchester and Thurlstone. Again, we still didn't have standards. So it's tough, Your Worship, when you don't have standards for these things. It's nice to see that it's finally coming in. The one, Your Worship, that I do have some questions about, though, is number 6. It's the introduction of an R1F zone. And in the report, it talks about the minimum lot area of 320 square meters, minimum lot frontage of 10 meters. So, I mean, if I divide 10 by 320, I get 32, so 32 meters deep. So, I guess what you're asking us to do is you're asking us to approve a new R1 zone that potentially the lots could be as small as 30 feet by 100 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we have those lots now in Deerfield 9. Those are the subdivision that's currently under construction back onto the Americana Resort.
I understand, Your Worship, that we do give approval now for those. I guess the part that I take issue with, or that I might have issue with, it comes when someone wants to subdivide a lot. And you might be in a subdivision where everyone lives on 50, 60, 70-foot lots, and then someone comes around, they want to subdivide their property. As long as they give you a piece of land that's 320 square meters, they don't really need any other approval, do they? I mean, they have to get it severed, but as long as they meet the requirements, they're going to obtain that severance.
Well, they'd have to be in an R1F zone. So if they were in an R1A zone,
then they can't do it.
That's correct.
Okay, then I'm fine with it.
Any other comments or questions? Councilor Thompson? Okay. Let's see. Okay, great. Seconded by Councilor Pietrangelo. Any discussion? Okay. Okay, we have some questions from... did you have a question or comment, sir?
Just to clarify, this is a public meeting?
Yeah, it is. You state your name?
Thank you, Your Worship.
And your address, please.
Victor Labreche from Labreche Patterson and Associates. We're planning consultants based in Kitchener, Ontario. Our address is 330 Trillium Drive, Unit A. And I think around page 60 or 65 of your agenda tonight, you have 2 letters from us. Firstly, on Garner South, which we've clarified with Mr. Barnsley recently that we no longer have any issue with Garner South, so we didn't speak to that. Secondly is on the general amendments to the zoning bylaw. Our firm represents the Ontario Restaurant Association and some of its member brands being A&W Foods, Services of Canada, McDonald's Restaurants, the TDL Group Corp, operators and owners of Tim Hortons Restaurants, and Wendy's Restaurants of Canada. We've been in discussion with staff recently on the general amendments, Mr. Hurlovich in the past as well, and the submissions that we made on the general amendments listed 5 concerns or questions. We've resolved 3 of the 5. Those 3 that we understand better now is the stacking requirements, the legal non-conforming building requirements, and some clarification around the AS zone. So we've resolved those. The 2 remaining relate to the restriction or prohibition of drive-through facilities in 2 zones where they currently do not have any restrictions, and also the setback requirement, although Mr. Hurlovich may have explained that better tonight to our understanding, and it may not be an issue, but I'll raise a question about it. Firstly, with regards to where the use is permitted or not permitted in zoning bylaws, in Niagara Falls, as we understand, anywhere that a restaurant use was permitted, a drive-through facility was permitted prior to tonight's considerations, and we support that in most cases. we would support that in Niagara Falls to continue as well. The staff report at the last page contains a table or a chart comparing other municipalities. What we have found, and our firm have in the last 5 years done a considerable amount of work on drive-through facility proposed regulations and policies throughout Ontario. That chart that is attached to staff's report are regulations that are at least 5 to 10 years old. I can say to you, professionally and without a doubt that in the last 5 years, the industry, if you will, or the coalition of these four main brands has worked with a number of municipalities throughout Ontario successfully and collaboratively to put in fair and appropriate regulations on drive-thrus that are more in comparison to parking lots. So that is to say that currently, as I mentioned, your zoning bylaw allows drive-thrus wherever your zoning allows restaurants. Our comparison is what is the difference of a drive-through facility to a permitted parking lot facility. So, for example, the analogy would be if a drive-through facility wasn't a permitted use or wasn't present, the alternative to accommodate the customer is a parking lot. So we asked and challenged ourselves at the Ontario Municipal Board and with municipalities to say what makes a drive-through facility more or less incompatible with a budding residential than a parking lot. What we found ironically in a number of municipalities that they were passing big box development. The Vaughan Mills Centre in Vaughan comes to mind, where you have an excess of 10 to 15,000 car parking lot, although in the zoning bylaw they proposed to ban drive-thrus. So the analogy there is just, well, why? It's a traffic generating area. Surely regulations are the right way to go rather than a prohibition. And the board agreed with that, and we settled that with the city of Vaughan. The issue here in your zoning bylaw is, and principally as a planner, I don't think it's appropriate to ban any type of use per se, unless it's the obvious. But put in regulations to control the setback, massing, make the drive-through facility have to live by all the other rules of any other use that's permitted. If you're requiring buildings to be straight up to the street, minimum 2 or 3 stories, greater density, fine. Challenge the industry to do that. I think prohibiting them or restricting them without justification is not something that stands in front of the OMB at this time. We have in the past agreed to specific prohibitions in areas where you have the as-built characteristic of shoulder-to-shoulder buildings and greater density. So if I think of Niagara Falls, for example, and Queen Street here that we are at tonight, Queen Street, which is sort of the spine of the CB Central Business Zone, yes, does have shoulder-to-shoulder buildings, greater height and density. So the restriction there makes sense. But why would you want to, on the flanking roads of Bridge and Huron, where these are Class A tenants, could lead to a catalyst for more development, prohibit them, where you don't have the same streetscape you have on Queen Street. There's sort of missing gaps or missing teeth along the streetscape. So certainly beyond Queen Street, we don't see any justification for the prohibition. Lastly, with regards to the setback requirement, and maybe just to clarify with Mr. Hurlovich, if I may, through your worship, to Mr. Hurlovich, is this setback going to be taken from the order station, or is it the entire stacking setback lane?
Your worship, it would be from the property line to the side of the stacking lane. So not necessarily the order board, order speaker box, from the lane to the property line.
Thank you. Thank you. We would ask, and again in keeping with a number of settlements with municipalities, and again at the Ontario Municipal Board, that noise consultants have determined that the noise source of a drive-through is from the order station. The stacking lanes and the car itself is no different, and actually it creates less noise than parking lots. Parking lots have shutting doors, starting of cars. All of those create actually greater noise than cars sitting and idling in a drive-through. So The setbacks, we'd ask for, with respect to council, to staff, to instruct that the setback be taken from the car at the order station, not the entire stacking lane. So in closing, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have further and beyond what you have in front of you tonight. We'd ask that you not support a prohibition of a drive-through facility in any of your zones. And secondly, to clarify that the setback is to be taken from the order station and that vehicle at the order station, not the entire stack. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaBreche. Councillor Thompson?
Yes. With your experience, do you have a set of standards that you've used for other municipalities that be utilized for municipalities to judge drive-through facilities? Do you have actually some criteria that could be utilized?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, we have a set of urban design guidelines, and the two typical zoning regulations are the stacking requirement and setback. And so the answer is yes, we do.
Well, I think that's I wouldn't want to outright restrict or prohibit, because there are some areas where there are no objections to it, and we have the final authority here with rezoning application or for a facility. So if it is a recommendation or a facility that is going to be objectionable to the residents, then obviously they're going to be here, and we're going to hear what they have to say and be influenced by that. But we have some criteria that we can utilize to judge them, and then when it gets here, we can make the final decision rather than prohibition. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's a reasonable way of approaching the situation.
Okay. Mr. Hurlovich wanted to comment to that as well.
If I could clarify for council, what we're recommending is that in a GC zone, these will be the standards. So therefore, if someone puts a drive-through on a commercial facility on Lundy's Lane, backing onto a residential property, these are the standards that they'll have to adhere to. There is no public meeting, no zoning change that would come up separately for that. And so, in essence, there's no chance for those residents that live behind a commercial property to come to this council and say that they think that 3 meters from the property line is too small or 5 meters is too small. And what we're setting is 10 meters from the property line. Mr. LaBreche mentioned Vaughan Mills. Vaughan Mills is a huge commercial shopping center. Have you ever been up there? It's enormous. We're talking about, commercial facilities next to residential properties. So commercial to commercial, they don't need to set back 10 meters from the property line. Commercial to residential, they do need to. He mentioned the idling cars. This is a concern. So what's the difference between a parking lot? The car pulls in, it stops, the engine is not running. The cars are going down the aisle, they're moving through the parking lot. What we have at a drive-through are cars that are idling, exhaust fumes, and if they're closer than 10 meters to the property line, those people who back onto that or live adjacent to that are therefore affected by that. Therefore, these standards are not arbitrary. These standards were considered and they were investigated relative to what's been used in other municipalities. So I believe we've done our research. I think we're solid on this. And I think what we're doing is establishing standards that allow the commercial industry to come into town rather than coming to this council every time they want to put a drive-through facility in a restaurant, having to come forward to this council. They can actually go ahead and do it. And what we're doing is saying that we need to also protect our residents. So I think we've reached kind of the middle ground on this particular one.
Mr. LaBreche?
Just to clarify, we're not objecting to a setback requirement. We're stating an objection to how it's where it's taken from. And again, these are been sort of tried and tested at the Ontario Municipal Board in the last 5 years. So noise consultants and accepted evidence is that it's from the order box. The rest of the lane is no different than a parking lot. So I'm not concerned with the setbacks, just where it's measured from. The other thing I've heard for the first time tonight is that maybe the stacking lane or the setback requirement might relate to environmental concerns. And this is the first we've heard of that. Again, tried and tested at the Ontario Municipal Board is expert witness by RWDI Inc. out of Guelph, Ontario. And their study on drive-through facilities and emissions has also been peer-reviewed by a professor of engineering at Ottawa University and accepted that the drive-through facility, and this is counterintuitive to most, and myself, I'm not a scientist in this area, but the drive-through facility actually creates less emissions than the same car stopping, cooling down, going in for service, and starting again. That same vehicle using the parking lot would create more emissions. So parking lots are not zero emitters at all. And in fact, they do create more emissions with virtually no setback requirement imposed on them. There's been no justification that I've seen from the city that relates to air quality and emissions, so I just raise that as a concern.
And so your suggestion, Mr. Labreche, is that the setback be from the order box? Is that what you're suggesting?
I would suggest from the outer edge of the car. Well, from the order box, yes, and from the car, I think each stacking lane might be defined in your bylaws as about 6 meters in depth, so about 3 by 6. So it's that car and the order box. So the outer edge of the car, if you will, is where the 10-meter setback be taken from, not from the 12th car at the end of the stack.
Mr. Hurlovich, do you want to comment on that suggestion?
Yeah, excuse me. There's no doubt that the order boxes are the ones that certainly cause the most annoyance to people who live in close proximity to drive-through facilities. Certainly we could live with that type of dimension, but in all honesty, it's probably going to end up with the same dimension all the way across the property. But 10 meters from the car adjacent to the order box, I would be fine with that.
Okay. And was there another outstanding issue, or are we good other than that one?
The only other issue was just where the use is proposed to be prohibited, which is in the CB zone and the neighborhood commercial zone. I would note just in the neighborhood commercial zone that zone permits quite an extensive list of permitted uses. It permits restaurants, permits banks, clinics, retail stores, offices, service shops, what's noted as adult stores, daycare, and health centers. So I would suggest any one of those uses or a combination of them, along with their associated required parking lots, are not less compatible, if you will, than a drive-through facility properly designed and developed would be. So I fail to see the rationale for prohibiting them in neighborhood commercial zones when, again, you have an extensive list of permitted retail uses, and there may be some uses in that permitted use, that list of permitted uses in the neighborhood commercial that should be prohibited. I don't know, but certainly not a well-designed and planned restaurant that has an accessory drive-through. Now that you have a setback requirement and other powers that the municipality has under site plan control.
Mr. Hurlovich, in this case here, I mean, if one of these people that Mr. Labreche represents decided they didn't like the way we went, I'm assuming they have the option of going to the OMB. So, I mean, you always have that option, right, as part of your potential strategy. I didn't know. Maybe we'll get some input from Mr. Hurlovich just one last time. I know you already addressed it. You feel that part of it. You've vetted it. You've done your work. Did you want to have any other comment to that part?
Yeah, basically our report outlined the fact that our neighborhood commercial zones are located within typically residential designations in our official plan, unlike commercial zones that are in commercial designations. And so typically, while it provides for a wide range of land use types, typically the standard commercial development in a residential area is relatively small. in a small property. It could be that the standards are such that we wouldn't be able to even fit a drive-through on there, but our concern again is for the residents in that area. If what we're doing is introducing standards that are going to be as of right, so any restaurant could now come in and put in a drive-through facility, then in actual fact there's no opportunity for the resident to oppose that. Yes, we could use some site plan techniques to perhaps do a solid board fence or some landscaping, but we wouldn't be able to actually prohibit it if what we do is introduce as of right zoning. So I really still can't support it in a neighborhood commercial zone.
Okay. Well, that's right now. It looks like you got 1 for 2, so 4 for 5, which is not too bad. And you always have the OMB option as it stands right now, unless this council sees fit to do other than what's recommended by our planner. So I don't know if there's any other comments at this point. Councillor Wing, did you want to jump in?
Thank you. Yes, I agree with what Mr. Hurlovich is trying to accomplish, and protecting the residents is absolutely my paramount concern here. And just to try and suggest that parked cars are no different than drive-through facilities, I find that mind-boggling. You know, you have a voice being amplified. You know, late at night, there's often cars full of drunk people hooting and hollering. I mean, it's a totally different scenario. And I'm finding that our recommended separation distance, I know Mr. Lebrecht refers to it in his letter as excessive. Well, if 10 meters is excessive, I don't know what word he'd use to describe London's, which is 30 meters, or Mississauga, or Toronto's, I guess, which is 30 meters. And if I'm able to read the chart that staff gave us correctly, it looks like Toronto's is 60 meters. So if 10 meters is excessive, I'm dying to know what those are. You know? Like, I really find 10 meters to be unduly generous toward the industry. I would much prefer to go to perhaps the setback from the order box being, you know, more in line with those, 30 meters or 60 meters. 30 seems to be the standards from what I saw in the chart of the comparator cities. So I'd be happy to make it 30 meters from the squawk box.
Squawk box, okay, yes.
My only point for clarification, not to debate the item, is, as I noted earlier, is that the table attached is very dated, and the industry, a lot of these setbacks and regulations came into play at a time that sort of went under the radar, if you will. We weren't privy to them. And in the last 5 years, the industry has aggressively challenged these with evidence in front of the board, and the board has consistently said 3-meter setback is fine in the case of Ottawa. Newmarket at 10, and that's from, again, as I'm suggesting here tonight, from the order station. So that's, and we're also in negotiation with a couple of other municipalities for 10 meters at the order station.
Okay, our solicitor just wanted to jump in.
I think what he's really trying to tell you is that his client has unlimited funds to hire guys from ivory towers in Toronto to come down here and descend upon you like the hounds of hell to impose their will upon you. That's a simple way of saying that this group tends to appeal, this group tends to appeal a lot, and they litigate aggressively. And as you heard from some of the examples he's cited, they spend a ton of money on experts, and we don't have a ton of money. So it's just something to bear in mind when you're dealing with a situation like this. You know, unless you're Mississauga or Toronto, you're not going to match this guy. It's just a fact of life.
And I'm sorry, I don't mean to come across as saying, you know, I've mentioned the OMB a number of times. I'm honestly mentioning the OMB to say what the tried cases have been in the last 5 years.
Yeah,
not to be aggressive. We do not want to go to the Ontario Municipal Board, and we're trying to avoid that.
Yeah, no, appreciate that. Okay, is there any other questions of council, Mr. Lebrecht? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other members of the public that wanted to address this issue? Okay. Seeing none, members of the public are advised failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 3419 of the Planning Act. Are there any other final questions of council on this issue? Okay. The public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Is there a motion of council regarding this proposed zoning bylaw amendment? Okay, move the recommendation, Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Gates, and that is with the one alteration, Mr. Hurlovich, regarding... did you, with that, is that including the setback adjustment from the order box that was suggested by Mr. LaBreche and supported by Mr. Hurlovich? What was the number? It was from where, Mr. Hurlovich, from the vehicle?
I heard Mr. LaBreche say it was 10 meters from the side of the space where the car was parked. So basically, I've got the order box, and I've got a 3-meter wide aisle, and then I've got 10 meters.
Is that what you said you could be okay with?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So that's okay. Moved and seconded. Councillor Wing?
I'm not comfortable with that. I would prefer 30 meters from the order box.
Okay. All right. Any other comments? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. All right. So it's approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, PD 2011-74, Studio 55, outstanding site plan and related matters. Mr. Hurlovich, did you want to, is there any comment on this one?
I think unless council has some questions.
Councillor Thompson?
I'd first say that compliment the staff and also the applicant for working together to try to work out through several different issues. Where do we stand with respect through you to maybe Mr. Holman with respect to the drainage situation? Are you working with him on that at the present time? It's existing. It says there's no water problem there. Did you get over the engineer and the site plan issue? Has that been resolved?
I'm not sure that's been resolved to our satisfaction. We had asked for an engineer's report to show that the design standard had been met. We understood, in having met with the applicant's agent, that they were going to provide it. Although I understand that's being questioned again. So I'm not sure that we've completely resolved that matter, but we'll continue to work with them to get to an acceptable standard. Our fear is this, is that we start to approve these things on the basis of, kind of half-hearted efforts to resolve storm drainage, and then we end up having the chambers full with the neighbors who come in and say, I've got more water in my basement than I ever did before this development took place. So, we really have to be cognizant of the requirements under the site plan, and we're not asking for huge stormwater management ponds. We're looking for designed soak-away pit that's going to be able to manage the additional runoff that's going to result from hard surfacing that parking lot. And I really don't think it's a major issue. I think it's something that can be resolved very quickly. But I'm not sure that we've satisfied all our requirements yet.
Okay, so that's still an ongoing discussion?
Still underway.
Yeah. And the other issue, of course, is the variance in the development charges. I had a discussion with Mr. Albanese on several occasions about development charges. Development charges are permitted by the province, in fact mandated by the province, I believe, that you have to have them. I guess his argument is, which probably isn't going to affect him because he's already paid his development charges, is the fact that maybe a basement, as most municipalities, either don't charge development charges or they don't charge it where there is mechanical, electrical, whatever facilities for the building. Is that something that you're looking at in the new bylaw for development charges?
Well, Mr. Mayor, perhaps I can speak to that.
Maybe you can tell us what you do in St. Catharines.
Well, it's funny. St. Catharines currently doesn't charge any development charge for any.
Do you have anything to do with that?
No, actually, I had left by then, but before then, they had only charged development charges on greenfield developments, never in the built-up urban areas. So they've now gone completely and don't have any charge at all. But we had a meeting actually last week with staff. I think it was a very productive meeting on a development charges peer review, for lack of better words. And we're looking at a number of things, and the basement issue is one of the items on that list. And we're going to be coming back to council probably early in the new year with a report where there's going to be a number of decisions for council to make on how different municipalities deal with these issues and whether or not we want to change our past practice and come on board with some of these, some of the new way of thinking. For example, as you said in the report, there's a number of municipalities that don't charge for that basement level. But we want to do this peer review and get a complete package too. So.
And I think it would be important for us to know what kind of financial impact that would have on the municipality.
Absolutely.
Is it huge? Is it insignificant?
Yes.
That would help me make my decision. And if it's a case of the equipment, furnace, electrical, whatever, telecommunications, then I think that's fair for not charging development charges on that.
And Councillor, you're right with respect to Mr. Albanese. It won't impact him. That's the current bylaw. Under the current bylaw with a commercial operation, we can't waive those fees. That's the set fee. So council has to go through a process to look at the different, the peer review, and then as a result of that, it may send staff off to look at a brand new bylaw and a brand new process.
When is our development charges bylaw supposed to?
It's a couple more years.
Not for
2014. It's up for a formal review. Doesn't mean that council can't review and make changes before that.
So we're going to have a report back.
Yes, we are.
Okay. So I appreciate this report, and I hope there's further negotiations, and I would move that we receive and file a report, negotiate with the applicant, and if we can bring in a report on basement development charges in the near future, that would be appropriate. I would so move. Thank you.
Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Morocco. Are there any questions to the report? Now, one question we did get, and maybe I'll bring it forward. We all received an email from Mr. Albanese in regard to, he had a few questions. First one is in regard to the parking lot. Maybe we can get staff to address it. He's saying that the parking spots that are required have been in existence for the last 15 years, that they're not on the site plan, but that they have in fact been there. They're not on the original site plan, and he's asking why, you know, now that he's got already approval from his neighbors or agreement that there's been no issues, that he'd need to hire an engineer to draw up and prove, you know, that there's sufficient drainage. Maybe we can get some kind of, again, I mean, we want to encourage business expansion. We don't want to be a you know, a burden, and I'm wondering if we can get a little bit of clarity on that one.
That's the question I was trying to
Well,
Okay.
you know, it's the same question that Mr. Holman addressed, and that the fact that someone had an illegal use on his property and hasn't yet demonstrated that it can be supported doesn't make it right. So what we're looking for is that justification. If I sign off on the site plan without the engineer's report, I've just made the city liable for whatever damages occur to the adjacent property should there be water issues. What we depend on is the applicant's engineer to certify that the parking lot can handle the water that it generates. And therefore, in a situation, it doesn't mean that we won't still be sued because the city will have signed a site plan. What it does is it affects how much we might have to pay in damages. And so basically, if the engineer has said it's a suitable size parking lot, basically what they're saying is there's a little rim of dirt, what someone else might call a berm, around the parking lot that will hold the water in so that it doesn't go on the adjacent property. What we need is the engineer to certify that that can hold a 5-year storm capacity. So that area has the capacity to hold 10,000 liters of water, if that's what a 5-year flow is. And that's what he needs to do. It's a mathematical formula. He submits that on his letterhead, puts his seal on it, and that's all we need.
So it's more about liability.
That's correct.
And is it fair to say it's standard, is that standard practice amongst municipalities neighboring in the region?
Well, they have to accommodate the stormwater on their own property. And sometimes there are storm sewers, and if there's a storm sewer, they connect to the storm sewer and it's end of story. In this case, we don't have a storm sewer.
Okay. Yes, Councillor White?
Just a couple things that jumped to mind when I was reading this report. I know Mr. Albanese is concerned about the charges making it prohibitive to expand a small business within the community. And I was wondering if staff could perhaps look at a way to, when you have a small business, and I don't know how you define it, so many square feet, I guess, but when a small business is trying to expand, perhaps having a lower rate for them or something. But the one thing that really jumped out at me is that within the regional municipality of Niagara, only Niagara Falls and Pelham charge for underground development charges for the building of underground parking facilities. Every other municipality doesn't charge for any floor areas below grade, or they specifically exempt an area that's used for parking motor vehicles. So I'm wondering if that's something we shouldn't be looking at, because I think we need more underground parking in the municipality, and I would far rather see underground parking lots than all kinds of surface lots. So if perhaps staff could consider that, might be a way to convince people to build more underground parking facilities.
Any comment from staff on that?
Well, Mr. Mayor, that will be part of the review that we're coming back with. So we're going to be looking at, for example, whether you charge subgrade on any of it. If the answer was we shouldn't charge subgrade, then it wouldn't matter whether it was a parking spot or a basement or whatever it might be. So that'll be part of the review that we come back with.
Okay. All right, so we have the motion of mover and a seconder, all right? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's approved. And next up is PD 2011-75 Commercial Policy Review, Survey of Major and Minor Commercial Districts. Mr. Hilovich, any comment on that?
It was for information, just to let them know that we have 1.3 million square feet of vacant or unbuilt but approved commercial space in the city. And we'll be bringing back some new commercial policies in 2012 based on those standards. But it's brand new information. I thought council would be interested.
Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson. No? Your question?
Yeah. This was an interesting report, and we did away with the major studies to justify commercial development a little while ago, indicating that if somebody has the property and they want to build, otherwise you end up with antiquated development areas, and it doesn't take into consideration here areas that are remote, areas that aren't being maintained properly. That's why they have their vacancies, maybe landlord problems, all kinds of issues like that. Do you get into that at all?
We will probably address that as part of the our policy review. So basically, this was just a statistical report on data that we gathered. Certainly, we looked at Stamford had one of the lower vacancy rates. Downtown had one of the higher vacancy rates. So we looked at it only relative to districts in the city.
Is that a surprise to you?
No.
No, it's not a surprise to me either. Anyway, this is just a report at this point, and you're not just trying to talk us into more studies for commercial development in your policy coming in 2012?
Well, you might call on something there, but...
Yeah, guess what? Thank you.
So are you moving the report?
Yes.
Moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Morocco to file it deep. Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay, it's approved. Thank you. Next up, Mayor's reports and announcement. Good chance for everyone to go to the bathroom. You can't go home, no. So I'm going to draw attention if you leave. First off, sad to announce I regret to announce that our thoughts go out to Bill Matson of our Clerk's Department on the passing of his grandmother, Doris Matson, to Doug Evans of Municipal Works on the recent passing of his father, Dennis Evans, and Doug Hicks of our Fire Department on the recent loss of his father, Jim Wallace. Our thoughts are with you and your families at this time. In recent events, Sleep Cheap. Today was the launch of this year's Sleep Cheap. We're within striking distance of hitting the $1 million mark for all money raised for that. It's pretty exciting, and the good thing is all money goes to charity, and the great thing is that we have real generous hoteliers in Niagara Falls that are willing to participate, because if they weren't here participating, we wouldn't have Sleep Cheap. We set up a website this year, sleepcheapcharitiesreap.com, where anybody can go and get updates 24/7, and there's a link on the city's website. And the other real neat thing is you can register yourself to get regular updates. So if a hotel has extra rooms available, or they're offering a new promotion, or a special discount at a restaurant or attraction, you can get emailed instantly by just registering. Go to either the city, niagarafalls.ca, or sleepcheapcharitiesreap.com and register yourself. You'll get regular updates. So, and thank you to Dale Morton, who's been working so hard to help put this promotion together. She's been so helpful. Next up, TV Kojiko. I've got a show on TV Kojiko. I don't know if you've watched it yet. I'm sure the ratings are off the charts. But I was down at Jake's Chip Wagon doing some interviews a couple weeks ago, trying to find out a name for the show. So we're suggesting anyone that's got, well, we've already received hundreds of suggestions. They've been narrowed down to the top 10, and they are all on the city's website. So go to niagarafalls.ca, and you can have your vote. You're allowed one vote per email address. We've got some real neat ideas, so let's get your input so we can pick a good name. You want to? I don't have any of them on the list here, but two that stuck out in my head. One was Getting Chatty with Mayor Diodati. That was one. And another one was JD on the Rocks. That one came out of the radio station. No, not me. I didn't come up with them. That was from 105.1 Ed FM. They came up with that one. Next, Niagara's been named Cultural Capital of Canada. We're really thrilled that Niagara's recent designation, that we're going to have some money from the federal government coming into the area as we gear up for the bicentennial of the War of 1812. We got the website. There we go. There's the website up there, and you can see okay. There's some of the names. On the Go with Jimbo. Okay, Out on a Limb with Mayor Jim. Let's see, I can't read those from here. There we go. Getting Chatty with Mayor Diodati. The Ask Jim Show, Jim's Jabber. Get the Skinny with Jimmy. Falls Views, Diodata. Cataract Chat, and JD on the Rocks. So there you go. There's some of the names. So if you've got some, vote. Take the time to vote.
Do I have to pick one of those?
Yes, you have to pick one of those. If you didn't already submit one. There's the X-rated version that we're not going to put on the website tonight. And if you can back that up, you'll see on the website, if you go back a page, you'll see, hopefully it'll do that. Sorry, slow-moving cursor. Then you'll see there's a Sleep Cheap keychain on the left. Click on that, and you can register for regular updates on the promotion. And then on the right, there's where you can vote for the name of the show. So vote away. So yeah, we're gearing up for the bicentennial of the War of 1812. Money from the federal government, $1.6 million to help make the designation, so it'll attract more attention to the region, and it's a good way to promote 200 years of peace, 200 years of the world's largest unmilitarized border, and hopefully we'll have someone walking across the river between the two countries as well. Trip to Dubai. Along with our business development director, Serge Felicetti, we were in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. We made some great progress. We've definitely seen a lot. Our eyes have been opened. Certainly they're interested in Niagara Falls, and they're interested in taking us in some areas to new levels of investment. We're very excited about the idea. We're pursuing that. They're doing their diligence, and we'll keep you posted on the progress. Upcoming events, Patrick Cummings Park Ceremony will be taking place tomorrow at 4 p.m. as we restore and expand natural habitats within Patrick Cummings Park. And of course, Patrick Cummings being a former city councilor here. The project will reestablish a vegetative buffer along the existing stream, which will reduce harmful erosion. In 2011, we had significant planting taking place as we had thousands of native nuts, 1,500 seedlings, 20 tall trees, as well as native grass and wild flowers. We look forward to that tomorrow at 4 p.m. Remembrance Day, our office and the Central Veterans Committee are busy making preparations for this year's public Remembrance Day ceremony, of course, on November the 11th here in Niagara Falls, which will take place at 10:45 a.m. at the Gale Center. Everyone in the community and, of course, this council are invited to be there, and we look forward to, as usual, a good showing of support for this solemn and important gathering. As well, it was suggested that our buses this year should have on the front that day, lest we forget, on the front. So it was a suggestion, if this council is okay, if anyone's opposed to that, you can let Carl know, but otherwise that is the intent at this point. Rick Hansen Relay, it's hard to believe it's been 25 years since Rick Hansen wheeled across this country, but Monday, November the 14th, mark it in your calendars, it's the 25th anniversary. There's going to be an end-of-day celebration at the Scotiabank Center from 5 till 6 p.m., and you can cheer on our medal bearer, who will be Dan Bowman from Dan's Produce, who is also the man behind the vision down at Heartland Forest Park. So come out and support, and as well, we're going to have a free celebration with a special performance by Justin Himes, and parking is going to be free that day as well. A special Day 2 send-off celebration will take place at St. Michael's High School in the morning, and that's Mr. Peter Angelo's school, in the morning of November the 15th, before the relay travels through Chippewa and on to Fort Erie. And again, if you want some updates, go to the city's website, and there you can see there's a picture. That's Justin Himes who will be performing. And there's a picture of Rick Hansen as well. So click on that if you don't remember all the details that I've given you right now. And another item, second last item, Random Acts of Kindness Day will take place on November the 12th. We suggest you go to NiagaraCommunityFoundation.org for ideas. The idea, again, is that you just do random acts of kindness with no expectation in return. And the last thing that we're looking, if we could get a motion here from council, is a directive. There was a suggestion and a meeting with our staff with a community member regarding snow removal on weekends. Now, right now, currently, it's not a common practice. The suggestion was that we just ask staff to come back with a report on the feasibility or not, or whatever the case may be, of that taking place and what the cost would be if we were to have that service. So I don't know if there's any comments, or if we could get, it was suggested from staff that we... Pardon me? For cemeteries, I'm sorry.
Oh, for cemeteries.
I did say that. I left out a key part of the... I'm sorry. Yeah, so... Yeah, okay. Motion by Councilor Peter Angelo, second by Councilor Thompson. Any discussion on that at this point? All those in favor? Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, moving along to communications and comments. First up, we've got Simo Bielich and Sam's Montrose Inn requesting an adult entertainment license for an adult entertainment parlor, and we have some related correspondence. And we have someone that will be addressing this issue.
Yes, good evening,
Mr.
Your
Radicic.
Worship, and members of council and staff. My name is George Radicic, for the record, and my address is 5274 Victoria Avenue. That's the office. I've been asked by Mr. Bielich to come forward to council and to speak on this matter. There's already been correspondence filed. It's already getting late in the day. I don't have a great deal to add beyond the covering letter that was prepared by Mr. Iafrida, and I think most of the members of council were here, or at least are familiar with the status of this matter as it was brought before council 2 years ago for an amendment to the existing adult entertainment bylaw. My hope was to be able to answer some questions and to address any issues that may be at the forefront of council's mind at this point. I'd just quickly like to review the fact that, as far as I can recall, the status quo for probably 2 decades was that there were 4 adult entertainment parlors in the city. Historically, there were as many as half a dozen or more at some time in the distant past. This change is obviously fairly recent, to limit it to 3, and that was as a result of a property that had a license that let it lapse. There were some issues relating to the former owner. I believe a lot of those properties went related as part of an overall package of properties that went through power of sale. In any event, what I'm asking council to consider is the fact that, well, council can limit the number and can reduce the number, they can also increase the number. And that in particular, in this specific instance, the existing bylaw had already allocated the potential for a license at this location. It's part of the existing zoning bylaw, and in fact, there's an existing adult entertainment body rub parlor license being utilized at this premises. As part of the proposal to council, we're well aware of the fact that that license would have to be relinquished and surrendered as part of any other license being entertained at that location. And we think that would be, in effect, a win-win proposition for the municipality. A, it would return things to a status quo that had existed for a long time and would therefore make it somewhat more unassailable for anybody else who'd want to come into the jurisdiction. It would also reduce the number of body rub parlors. It's probably one of the best locations for this type of use, given its location. It's in the south end of the city. It's in an already zoned industrial area. And from a personal perspective, in terms of the applicant's situation, they are in fairly dire straits, like so many other businesses. We can all recall that there was a heyday for that area of the city. E.S. Fox was there, the Ford glass plant was there, and one of the sort of business pioneers and entrepreneurs in the city, in fact, was the grandfather of the applicant, Mr. Simo Bielich. Yovo Bielich, who was affectionately known as Uncle Joe, had been a very prominent fixture here in the city, had supported many causes and many organizations, and had contributed greatly to bringing scores of immigrant families to the city. Now, that does not address the practical aspects of amending the bylaw, but I think it's important background for this council to appreciate that this is not a fly-by-night situation, somebody coming from the outside trying to exploit a certain situation. It's a legacy of a long-standing family that's been in business in this community, and the difficulty, of course, is that because of the changes that have affected everybody in the community, they are facing some very tough times and are simply trying to keep the business afloat, keep the tax base producing, and to potentially provide employment for, albeit a small number of people, it's still employment. I think in this day and age, any kind of employment that would contribute to the general coffers of the community is important. And I suppose on a personal note, maybe a little poignant comment is my family, in fact, came here because of Uncle Joe. We're sort of related through marriage and same ethnicity, but he's the one that advised my late father and mother to move to this community over 37 years ago. And we're still here. In fact, my mother and my brother are still in the business. So I have some, I guess, sympathy for their situation and what they've contributed to the community. Now, if there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to address them, or at least attempt to do so. As far as what we'd be asking council to consider, I know that this is a sensitive and delicate issue. I would certainly, obviously, be very thrilled on behalf of my client if council is prepared to make a vote at this point to reopen the licensing process. But I do note that the clerk indicated that probably because of detailed planning issues, it should be referred perhaps to staff. That would certainly be a minimum of what we would be hoping that council would consider, that this matter be referred to staff so we can give full details.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much. We've got Councillor Wing up first.
And that's exactly what my motion is going to be, to refer it to staff. And I certainly agree with Mr. Radich that this location is far better than the locations in which the three existing adult entertainment parlors are. It definitely would be an improvement to have the businesses move out into the industrial areas as our planning framework intends. I did want to note that in our agenda is the bylaw from 2009 where we reduced the number, and the caveats there are that it's no longer in the public interest to have the 4 parlors in the municipality, and the failure of the one indicates that the market requires no more than 3. And even more important is the fact that we have not yet sought comments from the licensing unit of the Niagara Regional Police. I think that is very important for them to be solicited for their input. So my motion is to refer this to staff and to ask them to solicit those comments from the Niagara Regional Police and to explore various options with the applicant and anybody else who might be a party of interest, and to report back to us.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor to refer to staff. Yes, and seconded by Councillor Carrier. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, so then we'll call the vote. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Okay, opposed? All right, and we have a noted conflict with Councillor Thompson. So it's approved, so it'll go to staff, and yeah, he's a stripper. Yeah, that's right. All right, so we're good. Thank you very much, Mr. Radicich.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, members of council.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, Downtown Board of Management requesting free parking on Queen Street during this construction. I don't know if anyone's had a chance to drive down there. It's pretty tough to... Yes, Councillor Morocco, moved by Councillor Morocco, seconded by Councillor Maves. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. 3A and B, Public Library Board and Niagara Falls Museums Advisory Board requesting that we fill the vacancies. Moved by Councillor Wayne.
Yes, I was going to move the request from Monica Seymour. I believe, well, actually, I remember last term when the Park and the City Committee had to replace somebody. We felt very strongly about who would be best to fit with the committee, and apparently the library feels pretty strongly about one particular candidate, and definitely Marie Henry for the museum. Marie, heritage is her life, and she's been a very good member in the past, and I think it'd be great to have her back on.
Okay. So it's moved by Councillor Wayne, second by Councillor Gates. Any discussion?
Your Worship,
Yeah.
did we put out an advertisement?
Did we put out an advertisement? Do we know from... It hasn't been? No, it hasn't been advertised. Yep.
Your Worship, shouldn't we put out an advertisement? I remember that there was a bunch of people, actually, and it was a very tough decision when we had to decide who we were putting on the on the museum board. And I know there were some people that didn't make it that were really hoping to get on there. Perhaps they don't know that there's vacancies right now, Your Worship, and if we put a notice in the paper, then I'm sure that they'll apply again.
Well, what's the will? We have a motion on the floor right now.
Well, Your Worship, I mean, if generally we take submissions from people that are interested in filling a vacancy, we don't just, sort of solicit petitions from people or I guess nominations. I mean, that should be the way that we do it when vacancies come up.
Well, how did we do Park in the... I'm trying... Yes, Councillor Wayne?
We did not advertise to fill the vacancy on the Park and the City Committee. The Park and the City Committee requested that council appoint one gentleman in particular who I don't believe had even applied in 2006 when we first appointed members of the committee. But we just appointed as per the Park and the City Committee request, and it was not advertised.
Councillor Mays?
No, I agree with Councillor Pietrangelo. I remember when we did the vote, there were many qualified people for these positions, and I'd hate like heck for us to appoint someone, especially when there are other qualified people who really want to be on that board. So I'd like to see it advertised.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do you have a suggestion on what we should do?
Just based on past practice, it's not uncommon that council appoint someone who has been perhaps a runner-up or looking to the committee to make a recommendation, such as what the library board has done in this case. Also considering the fact that these nominations were done less than a year ago for a 4-year term, council may also want to consider that. Ultimately, it's the decision of council.
So now we have a motion right now by Councillor Wing and second by Councillor Gates. So as the mover and seconder, did you want us to put your motion to the vote? Okay, all right. Then why don't we do that first, and then if it doesn't pass, then we can take a look at something else. Okay, is there any other discussion on the motion? So the motion is to go with the staff recommendations for the vacancies for the library board. Okay, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed? 3. So it's passes. It passes. Okay, Town of Fort Erie requesting support of a resolution opposing centralization of provincial offenses courts. Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, do we have any comment from staff before we make a decision on this?
Our solicitor seems to have left the room. CAO?
I can step in, Mr. Mayor. We have had, I'll let our solicitor speak. He's been more involved.
Well, the question is Town of Fort Erie resolution requesting support of a resolution opposing centralization of POA courts.
The current situation is that the Joint Board of Management, of which I'm a member, has been convinced that one court is really the best way to go for the region in terms of the real key point why we felt that it was the best way to go is simply because it can reduce the time to trial of the people who are charged. The more that can be done to do that, the better off it is for the legal system in general, because charges can get thrown out if you don't get them to trial fast enough. We're actually running into that now with our number of courts. The efficiencies that can be achieved by having a single court are significant. Having said that, there's no reason why that court has to be, the court could be located anywhere in the region. I would have thought Niagara Falls might be a good spot for it because that's where the new police station is eventually going to be. But I note that the chief of police sent one in suggesting St. Catharines might be a good place for it to be, which I don't know what we can read into that. As far as the consideration for council are concerned, I would point out there are 2 court districts in this area. There's in the Superior Court, one set in St. Catharines, one set in Welland. So it's not the idea of having one court for provincial offences doesn't replicate the model of the Superior Courts. I think there's nothing, council's got nothing to lose by supporting the resolution of Fort Erie. The main thing that you have to consider is the efficiency of the courts.
Okay. Taking into consideration the solicitor's comments, I would make a motion to support the Fort Erie, mainly because of the access to the public to the courts, which is the key element. Somebody from Niagara Falls should not have to go to St. Catharines, and that's probably the objective behind all of this. So I would support the resolution.
Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson. Councillor Maves?
Yeah, I want to second that, Your Worship. I agree with the attempt to save the cost, but I think it's too much travel and costly for accused and their families to attend a court, say in Fort Erie, to have to go, even if they appointed in Grimsby or something. It's not fair. A lot of people don't have the money for a decent lawyer, let alone the travel costs to get back and forth to the courts. So I'd be happy to support the resolution.
Okay, so we got a mover and a seconder. Councillor Marco?
Yes, Mayor Diodati, I'll support the recommendation as well. I think that's important that one of the points that were pointed out here is that if you took them away from the cities that they're in, they're usually in the downtown core, and therefore you'd have more empty buildings in those downtown cores. So I'm going to support stays.
Okay, any other comments? Councillor Wayne?
Yes, even if we were to follow the system, of Niagara North and Niagara South, if we were to have one for Niagara North and one for Niagara South, probably the Niagara South, which jurisdiction we're in, would be located in Welland, where the major courthouse is. So it would still mean residents of this municipality who were charged under the Provincial Offences Act would have to travel to Welland. And as staff pointed out, centralizing services, let's see where it is, could mean increased costs to the lower tier municipalities like us for their appropriate staff to attend an out-of-town facility. So for our municipality, it means possibly increased travel time and for staff, and I think that's something we should avoid as well. We need to stand up for our residents, and keeping what we can in Niagara Falls, I think, is very important. We don't have the best of regional transportation systems yet.
Okay, is there any other comments? So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. United Way requests the council's support to fly the United Way flag at City Hall and the Gale Center, October, November. Moved by Councillor Carrio, seconded by Councillor Maves. Any discussion? Councillor Thompson, any discussion? All those in favor? Okay, all right, it's approved unanimously. Canadian Diabetes Association requests that the month of November be proclaimed Diabetes Month. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Gates. All those in favor? Unanimous. Inspire Health, proclaim November 2nd, 2011 as Vitamin D Day in Niagara Falls. Vitamin D for Dear Daddy. Okay, moved by Councillor Peter Angelo, second by Councillor Morocco. No discussion. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Unanimous. 8-9 early years request November 20th is National Child Care Day, and Correctional Services Canada request November 13th through 20th be Restorative Justice Week. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Peter Angelo. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Any additional items for council, Mr. Clerk?
No, there's not.
Okay, great. Now we'll have ratification of the in-camera.
I was going to move that we don't go past 11 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk.
The following ratification is from tonight's in-camera session. Firstly, legal matter concerning 4505 Fallsview Boulevard, Hampton Inn, that the city accept the sum of $44,000 from 2100422 Ontario Limited as payment in full to retire the claim arising from the Section 37 agreement currently registered against the title to 6505 Fallsview Boulevard. Secondly, report BDD 2011-11 that council authorized entering into a memorandum of understanding with Metrolinx. And lastly, report L 2011-23, postponement and subordination agreement, 4410 Queen Street, that the City of Niagara Falls postpone its interests in the land known municipally as 4410 Queen Street to the interests in those lands of Meridian Credit Union Limited.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Carrio. Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay, unanimous with a conflict with Councillor Thompson. We have two resolutions. First, resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Niagara Falls hereby determine, in accordance Section 5147 of the Planning Act, RSO, that the proposed changes in the draft plan of vacant land condominium 26 CD 11 2007-04 are minor in nature and do not require any further notice. Do we have a mover? Moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? Okay, and second resolution, be it resolved that the city staff work with Niagara Falls Tourism, Scotiabank Convention Centre, and other applicable stakeholders in bringing the Association of Municipalities of Ontario Conference to our community and fulfilling the host community's obligations. Moved by Councillor Morocco, seconded by Councillor Gates. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Consent agenda.
Move the consent agenda. I'll second.
Okay, move the consent agenda by Councillor Carrio, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Bylaws. Mr. Clerk, would you introduce the bylaws?
Just to point out that
Okay.
bylaws are as written in tonight's agenda, with one exception. It was included in your handout package, bylaw 2011-131. There was some slight amendments to the wording there.
Okay. Motion to introduce the bylaws. Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Maves. All those in favor? Okay, unanimous.
So bylaws 2011-130 to 2011-135, read a first time.
Motion to introduce the bylaws for a second, third time. Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? Okay.
Bylaws 2011-130 to 2011-135, read a second, third time, and passed.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. New business, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. There's a resident in the city who would like the traffic counts from the Main Street and Stanley intersection. And I know Councillor Thompson alluded to it when we were talking about the Transportation Master Plan, way back when we decided to put those, to put those barriers up on Stanley Avenue. There was one gentleman that we did impact quite largely, Your Worship, and he has asked for a copy of the traffic counts, which were supposed to be cumulative in 2011. I believe that he has requested them from staff and is told that there's a charge for this. I don't understand why there's a charge, Your Worship, but I would like to make a motion of council that he be given these traffic counts, as he was the one that was directly, or that he was the one that was most affected by it, Your Worship, and I would so make that motion.
Okay. Okay, moved by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Thompson, that the traffic study showing the numbers from the corner of Main and Stanley be given to this resident. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Councilor Maves? Or, I'm sorry, Gates? Sorry. No. I saw Gates and said Maves. Gates?
New business?
Yeah, new business.
Yeah. Mayor Diodati, we are all aware of the most unfortunate incident that befell the Wallace family on October 8th inside the Niagara Health System of Niagara Falls. It's a situation that's happened before, not once, but at least 2 different occasions, and our own Councillor Joyce Morocco can attest, as she's one of the unfortunate victims of a system that's failing. At a time when Mayor Diodati is spreading the welcome mat of Niagara Falls to parts of the world, it is a shameful story from our hospital system that has also gone global. For what the Wallace family and others have suffered is only part of the total picture. Many questions surrounding the 28-minute delay for an ambulance to arrive when the ambulance bay is right next door to the hospital's facility. All 4 ambulances were already at the hospital, unable to respond to the call because they're parked outside the ER with patients on board, offloaded delay, unable to discharge their patients because of a congested emergency department. This is one of the situations that Supervisor Dr. Smith should address as a priority need of this community. We are an accident just waiting to happen as long as this concession like this overload continues. And I think it's important to talk a little bit of the history, how we arrived at this unacceptable level of health care. We have to go to the hospital improvement plan that was of no improvement. 2 southern tier hospitals were closed, pushing close to 50,000 plus citizens into our system. 2 emergency rooms were closed, 100 medical beds were closed, and 3 functional operation rooms. The southern tier has promised 2 reviews, the one under the Memorandum of Understanding and the second by the Ministry of Health, but now lie with Mr. Smith, who has stated that the review of the HIP is not on the radar. I'd like to tell you that the HIP is reviewed and rectified. Our problems with 4 hospitals lined up and overcrowded emergencies and medical bed shortage will continue to get worse. How much worse is hard to imagine. We keep watching good money for health services squandered and Band-Aid efforts to fix the system. And when some people will ask, well, what's this got to do with Niagara Falls? All we have to take a look at is the number of residents that died from the C. diff. The fact that people are falling sick in our parking lots and are being told that they have to call 911. I'd like to ask for the support of the council. I believe that we can't improve health care in the Niagara region unless we take a look at where we came, fix what some of the problems were under the HIP, and then move into the future on taking a look on where the HIP's going to go into the future. But until Dr. Smith agrees to this, and he hasn't, I reported this 2 weeks ago at this council. I went to a forum at CKTV, and he was very clear that he wasn't going to take another look at the HIP. And I think this is a big mistake if we're going to correct the healthcare problems that we have in Niagara Falls and the Niagara region. We can't continue to have this type of publicity in our area. Jim, while you were away, I'm sure you've gotten a lot of details, a lot of updates on it. But it was on every major station right across our TVs. It was in every major newspaper. We deserve better in Niagara. And the only way we're going to get better is that if we continue, and I can tell you this council, long before I got here, has done a great job of putting pressure on trying to fix this system. So I'd like to put a motion, and hopefully my fellow councillors can support it, that the NHS and Dr. Smith honor both the Memorandum of Understanding review and the Health Minister's promise review of the HIP. And that's kind of my motion. I think
it's that important that we send another message that we can't correct the problems unless we fix the hip. And I appreciate the support of council on that. Thank you.
Motion by Councillor Gates, seconded by Councillor Morocco. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Your Worship, and I have no problem supporting that motion. I did have a conversation, actually with a number of people, a number of media and whatever, and just totally appalled to think that, you know, not only did that happen in April, unfortunately, to Jennifer, and she passed away, and then myself and a number of other people. There's a number of incidents that have happened at the hospital, just unacceptable. And Mrs. Wallace, you know what, I had to say that as a resident and as a city councilor, I was so humiliated and I felt so bad for her that she had to experience that. However, I did have a conversation with Dr. Kevin Smith, and I appreciate the fact that he was quite prompt in returning my call. He does have his hands full, and I don't think the problem's going to get solved until he looks at the big picture. And that big picture is the hip, as well as Councillor Gates has included. And I also asked him, and I think that he was very clear on the fact that we need to move quickly. It's not going to happen overnight, but at the same time, we need to have, or the hospital needs to have, a more clear communication flow with their frontline staff. It seems to be a huge lack in the communication. He said that he's going to look into it, whether he has to bring in the Ontario College of Surgeons and Physicians to help get this fixed. But he's determined to get it fixed, so I'm hoping that he surely does move on that. I'd also like to make a motion, or actually not a motion, but I have a suggestion, and I will suggest to him that he has exit interviews with some of the physicians that have left our hospital. I think that's truly one of the key factors, that their input is given to him. They have a lot to provide. I've sat with a few physicians and ones that are leaving and have left. And it's quite amazing, the stories that they have to tell, and I think he deserves to hear those stories. Anyway, thank you.
Absolutely, and you're right, because a lot of bad decisions have led to these current bad outcomes. And so much of it has been created because of taking us in the wrong direction. And you're right, Dr. Smith did call me on Friday, and we did speak, and we do have a meeting coming up where we're going to be getting into a great deal of detail. But and he did express his absolute apology and he asked me to share this with this council and publicly with residents, that he, on behalf of NHS, he says there is no excuse for what happened. He says from the bottom of his heart he apologizes. He said it should never have happened. He hopes it'll never happen again. I pointed out to him, those 3 incidents aren't the only ones, because I've had people calling our office telling us, and I said they just don't all file complaints. They just kind of live with it. And I said, it's really, and he said, inexcusable. He couldn't have said it enough times. He said, please express. And he says, we are going to get to the bottom of it. And I'm glad that we bring this motion forward, because you're right. If you don't know where you've come from, you don't know where you're going. So we've got the motion. Any other discussion to the motion? Then we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's obviously unanimous.